She's a Jersey girl with the big hair and bright smile, rocking neon spandex. She's got that 80s style. She's got a groove that's so rad, she'll make you wanna dance. Shelly's the queen of the Jersey Shore, you get the chance. Hey Shelly, Shelly dancing in the moonlight. Hey Shelly, Shelly, shining oh so bright, so bright. We're gonna party till the morning light. Shelly, Shelly, Jersey girl, delight.
Got the Shelly in the house tonight, giving it up, feeling so right. New Jersey girl, she's got that style, that style. Now scream queen with a million smiles, catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light, shine your light. In the darkest times, you make it bright, here bright. Live stream dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. Keep on doing what you do, girl, you're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our live stream star, star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth, trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Never leave and get out the way, out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From coast to the city, I'm the queen of groove. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles, and she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Today is April 24th, 2024. It is 9:33 a.m. on the East Coast. I don't even know what the weather is like. I'm afraid to look out the window. Yesterday was hot, then it was cold, then it was freezing, then I fell asleep. That was the extent of my day. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama, talking trash and truths. This is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. Let's say a big hello to everybody who's shown up. We got Daisy Girl Williams saying good M to everybody bright and early over an hour ago. How you doing, Daisy Girl? You and your puppers. Speaking of puppers, Wolfram lopes in and wipes his paws, lopes in and howls. Ooh, baby. Yeah. Dropping those links like they're hot. We got Cool Gamer. How you doing today, honey? Mike, how you doing? Mr. Hunt. Good M to you. Good M to you. Amber Oleka, good M to you as well. Happy hump day. I hope everybody woke up in a fantastic mood. I'm really hoping that your week has been good so far. It's been quite a week. Quite a week. What do we have going on in the world? We have so many distractions. That's what I feel like the world is right now. I'm just inundated with distractions. So much so that it gets a little hard to concentrate on what's important. It gets very difficult to see what's actually going on. Tomorrow night on Unveiling Reality, Winning will be talking about chemtrails. And we spoke at length about this last night. He was very, very energized about the entire subject, which, that tickles me. I love it when he's feeling spicy and like all up on something. So he's going to attack the chemtrails dialogue, that whole conspiracy thing going on. So if you're interested in debunking chemtrails absolutely and completely, I suggest you check him out tomorrow night on Unveiling Reality. I believe it's at 8 o'clock. I don't know. Let me look real quick. 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Yep. I want to wish a happy and healthy Passover to all my Jewish friends out there. I am not up to date on any kind of like Jewish tradition or holidays or anything. I know it's Passover only because I keep hearing it. I don't know if Passover lasts a day, 2 days, 3 days. I thought it lasted 3 days, but I could be absolutely 100% wrong. Like I said, I know nothing about it. I was raised Catholic, which if you're Catholic, it means basically from cradle to grave, you are taught that everything you do is going to get judged and you should feel guilty for everything, every misstep, every slight upon anybody you've ever crossed paths with. I did not grow up reading the Bible. We were not encouraged to read the Bible in my house. We had them. We all had them. My grandmother had one. It was a small, not small, like not like one of those pocket things. I don't know, about 3 inches thick, but only about 5 inches long, maybe 4 inches wide. It fit in your hand well, but it had a beautiful white leather cover to it. The binding, the whole front, back, and binder was white leather with gold embossments of leaves all over it. And it's funny because I grew up loving this book. I wasn't allowed to read it, but I was allowed to look at the pictures. And there was an insert in it. There was a little section with nothing but colored pictures. And to me, these were the most beautiful pictures I'd ever seen. And I remember I would always go back to them over and over and over and over. They brought me such a feeling of peace and joy. Even as a little kid, I was drawn to them. I could never just look at one. If I started, I'd look through all of them. And I really looked at all the details. And I think those were really my first lessons in interpreting expressions, because I would look at what's going on in the picture, and somehow the expression of Jesus's face told me more than any of the rest of the picture. And it would evoke this emotion and made this, I would feel what he was feeling. So from the beginning, it's not so much what was said. It's not so much what the environment was telling me. I judged based on the expression on the person's face. And I carried that over into real life. I still do that. I tend to block out what's being said, what's being done, the kerfuffle going on around, the chaos, and I focus on the expression on someone's face, because their eyes, their mouth, even the dimensions of their cheekbones at that moment, the arc of their eyebrow, if they have lines in their forehead, if their hairline moves while they're reacting to something. Every single little micro expression tells me what I really need to know. And it feeds into my instincts. I instinctually know if they're lying to me, if they're happy, if they're hiding something. When I can't see people, I take their tone. And believe me, like when I say it's really pathological, the way I listen to things. Because it's an instant type of thing. I'm very much a person who lives in the moment, interpreting what I see in the moment, and that tends to become my all. It doesn't become a piece of the puzzle so much as it becomes, well, this is just where we're at. So it doesn't matter. And this is a flaw and a blessing, I would say, and a talent. When I'm interpreting something, however it is right then and there, that's just how it is. It doesn't matter what came before. Yes, that could be used to change my mind, what came before. The future could be used to change my mind as well. But in that moment, I'm always taking that as the permanent situation. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but I don't care what you did, good or bad. I don't care what you're going to do, good or bad. Right now is what's important, because I can't undo the past. I can't change it. And the future isn't guaranteed. So how you react and how you speak and how you feel in the present, that's what concerns me. And unfortunately, I also make decisions that way. And that has tripped me up many, many times. It's led me here. Everything that I've ever decided and chosen to do or say or think has led me here, which I can't really complain about. I mean, I could, but what's the point? I can't change it. I'm here. You know, I didn't know if I was going to do a show today because I'm not really feeling it. I woke up around 7:00 this morning. I fell asleep early last night. I was talking to Winnie. I was like, Nick just started talking and he's already on mute, and I'm not feeling this and I'm not feeling anything. I think I'm just going to go to bed. I didn't feel good. And I woke up 7:00 this morning, 7:15 to be exact. My daughter was like, "You're up early." I was like, "You be quiet." And I'm sitting here going, what am I going to do? And there was this very young man on YouTube. I'd say he's probably 19, 20, doing a read through on a Bible verse, or a Bible chapter, I should say. And he wanted to discuss what he thought he saw in it. And I was like, this looks interesting. And it was about Noah cursing his grandson, cursing the son of Ham, or Ham, however you want to say it, his son Ham. And that's one story that always rang in my head, because I couldn't understand why he was so mad that he went and got drunk, fell asleep in his own tent naked, and his son came in and saw him. And instead of cursing the son, he cursed the son's son. And this dude's interpretation, the way he broke it down was really, it was a little gut churning, but it was also very eye opening, because I hadn't thought of it that way. how many possibilities there were. Not in the act of seeing his father naked, because that was more than likely a euphemism for what actually happened. Uh, but it really hit me, and I was like, I said, I can't believe it's 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm sitting here listening to Bible verses. And it's weird, y'all, because I've told you I've lived a life. I have lived. There are things I I guess I'm not ashamed of them, but sometimes it embarrasses me to admit like the things that I've done, because I've lived a very impulsive life. I've lived very in the moment. I do what I want. I tell you guys that all the time. I do what I want. I'm like Loki. I'll do what I want. You tell me to do something, guaranteeing I'm going to do the opposite twice. You know, there's not a whole lot that I'm not willing to try. I mean, there are certain things that are absolutely hard limits for me. You know, I'm very protective of children in every regard. I don't like, as much as I'm a violent person at times, because I have so much anger, and I do have a very bruised and um, battered soul. I do get very angry, and I do wish to do violence, because when you're in pain, sometimes you just want to make somebody else feel some type of pain. Yet there's a larger part of me that screams 24/7 that I don't want anybody to hurt. I would love for everybody to be happy. And I would. And I try to do little things to make people happy, to make their lives easier, to soothe them, to give them a little comfort, because I know how lonely and scary this world can be, how painful, be it physical pain or pain of the soul or just heartache, mental anguish. We're all going through something, if not, you know, uh, a combination of all those things. Some people deal with pain that you can't imagine, and they're stoic and they're quiet and they're kind. And I've had the pleasure, and I've had the blessing of meeting many, many of these people, even especially here. There have been many, many people here who their hearts are unbelievably brave and giving. And I feel like nobody knows it but me, because they're afraid to show that kindness to people, because they get taken advantage of. Um, they become apologetic, which really burns my ass, because they're apologetic for being kind. They're embarrassed to be kind, to be loving, to be generous, because they've been taken advantage of when they let that part of themselves be seen. I think that's a real crime. I do. I've seen myself do it. You know, I could be sweet as could be, and then somebody comes along and they think that sweetness is a weakness, and then I have to educate them and show them, no, no, there's more than one side to me. Because as easily as I can be sweet, I can be vicious and cutthroat and colder than ice. And I hate that part of me. You get the version of me that you earn. I tell everybody when I meet them, I start out disliking everybody. I'm going to not like you. It's not that I'm going to hate you. It's just I'm going to not like you before I like you. You have to earn that with me because I've been burned so many times. I used to just take people as they were. I always, when I was younger, I always thought good about people. I thought everybody, had good intentions. I thought you know, nobody's out to hurt you. Nobody's out to take from you. The world's not like that, right? Despite what I saw, despite what I learned, I wouldn't give up that belief. And I'd go to church with my grandmother and I'd hear all these stories and homilies and the priest's take on everything. And it would reaffirm to me, people are good. God is in everyone. The Holy Spirit touches everyone. You just have to bring it out in them. You have to find that. And I think that's where Catholicism did me really dirty because it didn't prepare me for the evil in the world. And even though it told me there was evil, it told me to go toward that evil with a good heart and trust that God's got my back, right? God will protect me and take care of me. The thing is, they don't tell you when. They don't tell you that more than likely you're not going to be coddled and protected and loved in this realm. That God's got you. He's waiting for you somewhere else to give you all that bounty, that peace and security that you're looking for. They don't tell you that. So you grow up with this false belief that it's going to be okay here. And it's taken me a really long time to realize that no matter what I go through here, I'm not going to find what I'm looking for. I'll see glimpses of it, but you don't get to hold on to something that pure and that good in this world. That's what's waiting for you in the next one. When you evolve beyond your mortal being. When you become, what you were before. I think they cheat us in that. And maybe that's why they didn't want us to read the Bible. Maybe that's why they only, and this is a Catholic thing, they want you to only trust what the priest tells you. You have to go to church. You have to listen to the words they choose to share with you. And believe me, the Bible is huge and full of words, full of lessons. And yet priests tend to pick their favorites and they pick them over and over. Why? Because they know how to talk about them. Kind of like going to a weekly podcast. You're stuck sitting there, listening to whatever the hell they chose to tell you and whatever their interpretation is. And then you leave with a head full of their opinions. Some people think about it further. Some people forget it before they even reach the church doors to go home. And some people just blindly accept it. And it's just words to them. And some people live it. But either way, you're at the whim of a priest who is in fact a mortal man. And they leave things out. They leave information out that they don't want you to know. They figure you're not going to do your research. You're not going to look into it. They encourage you to just take it at face value, what I'm telling you. And it can mess you up because there's so much more, so many more lessons in the Bible that you just don't get when you're just listening to one preacher in front of you or one priest in front of you. I've heard the story about doubting Thomas 1,000 times. I've heard the Good Samaritan 1,000 times. There's so, like, the prodigal son, all of those. These are all stories that they love to tell. The story about, Jesus turned the water into wine um at the wedding feast, and he turned bread and fish, 7 bread and fish into endless baskets. And, at the end, when everybody was done and ate their fill and nobody was hungry, he said, take what is left and gather it. Do not waste. These are the lessons that they taught us. They didn't go into anything else. They didn't talk about the temptations of Christ. They didn't talk about how unfair at some point Jesus said, like, he said, God, why have you forsaken me? But they didn't say that he had issues with who he was. Jesus grappled with his identity. And in reading the Bible, you figure that out. You figure out he knew who he was as far as the Son of God. He knew what he was capable of as far as his gifts and his power and his inner being. But he still struggled with who he was and what he had to do. Because as much as he wanted to do what his Father wanted him to do, and as much as he wanted to do it for humanity, he didn't want that pain. He didn't want that sacrifice. He figured, why me? Why? Why do I have to do it? It's within your power to have just done it yourself. Why me? And there's a level of acceptance of who he is, but he did struggle with it. And they never talked about that. I went to Catholic school for 9 years. Well, I went to school for actually 12 and a half years. But we had daily religion classes. Never once did they bring that up. Never once did they make Jesus relatable. They put him on this pedestal, and I've told you guys how I feel about pedestals. You put Jesus and God on a pedestal, and when something goes wrong in your life, who do you blame? You blame the one with the most power for not coming through for you. And that's where I ran into problems in my faith. That's where I said, hey, you're supposed to love me. They keep telling me you love me. They keep telling me you're the, this magnanimous, all-knowing, all-seeing, all-powerful deity that's in charge of my life. So why would you do this to me? Why do I have to go through this if you're in charge? God, you must hate me. And I did. I thought God hated me. I don't think there's a lonelier feeling in the world. I don't. I don't think there's a lonelier feeling in the world than thinking that God has abandoned you. That's why Footprints was always my absolute favorite parable or saying or whatever you want to call it. Because I'd like to think that at the hardest times, he did carry me. I like to think that all those times I died, he said, nope, not done with you yet. Go back. Because believe me, there's no way I should have come back at least 3 of those times. There's no way. With the amount of pills I took and what I drank them with, how long I was out, there was no way. No way they should have been able to take me back. And yet here I am. And I had no repercussions from that. The only thing it did was I just can't take that particular medicine again because my body's like, oh no, we're not doing this again. No, no. I'm sensitive to that particular pharmaceutical. But I should have been brain damaged. And I know, insert joke here, you definitely brain damage help. But no, I should have been a vegetable. I should have had kidney failure. I should have had a massive coronary. I should have had organ failure throughout my body. And I woke up angry. I woke up angry with a sore throat from the damn tubes, knowing intimately what liquid charcoal tastes like and smells like and feels like. Knowing what like electric shocks basically are. I knew all that, and yet my body wasn't damaged by that. And it should have been. And I remember I woke up angry. I wasn't angry at me. I was angry at God because I felt like he was just punishing me more. It didn't occur to me for years that I should have been damaged beyond repair. I should have been damaged beyond repair. And I wasn't. You know, I never should have survived as a baby. I did. You know, when I died in that recovery room when my heart stopped, there was no reason for that to have happened, and yet took them a while, but they still brought me back. Again, no damage to my heart, no damage to anything. That more than anything shows me that somebody, that God or Jesus, hell, maybe even my archangel, poor Michael. Somebody was watching out for me. Somebody had their hand on me, protecting me. But that's not what I was taught. It's something I instinctually knew, but I wasn't taught. I know it's not the topic for today, and I know I haven't gotten to chat, and I will. But this is just something that really, it's been weighing on my mind a lot lately. And I have been listening to Bible verses and interpretations and discussions and everything so much more now than I ever did in my life, except as a child. And that normally it would alarm me, but it doesn't. It actually makes me feel like I've gone back in time to a sort of open innocence when it comes to God, when it comes to faith. And it makes me examine all the things in my life that bring me shame, bring me pain. And it makes me count my blessings. Y'all are among my blessings, whether you know it or not. Because I don't know who I'd talk to. if I didn't have you. So yeah, call this the emotion channel, call it the girly channel, call it whatever the hell you want to call it. But I'm going to keep doing it. And thank you, Darth, for being uh, supportive. It's funny, y'all. He plays like he's a hard ass or whatever, and he can be a dick. Don't get me wrong. Just like I could be a royal bitch. But if you go check out my last show's Rumble, he left me a couple comments that were really they they meant a lot, because he was like, it doesn't matter what people call your channel, it doesn't matter what they say, basically. Fuck those people. You do what you're doing because it gives you purpose, it gives you meaning. And that's why I do it. This wasn't something I just woke up one day and say, you know what, I feel like hearing my own voice every day. Because I could do that without the microphone. I come here to share because I feel like I was too sheltered as a kid. And I was taught to internalize everything and to keep everything bottled up. And that didn't help anybody. It didn't help anybody understand me or themselves. It didn't help anybody feel like they could relate. It didn't help anybody establish connections. Keeping things to myself kept me isolated from the rest of the world. And I happen to think that even though there are people in this world who are trying to turn it into a cesspool, I think there's a lot of beauty. There's good to be had. There's joy to be had. And there's sorrow. You can't appreciate the joy without the sorrow. You can't appreciate the ease without the struggle. And you can't appreciate the genuine without the facetious. You have to taste everything on the plate to enjoy the meal. In its complete, it's in completion. In its entirety. It's a hard morning for me because I've had 3 days of really bad brain fog where I can't seem to read, I can't seem to speak. And today I woke up a little clearer. Not perfectly clear, but mostly. I'm kind of lost inside my own head today. So please forgive me if I sound like I'm just talking to myself. I'm talking to you guys. I'm just not. I can't do the two-way until I get everything out of my head because it feels really important. I feel almost compelled to have said what I said this morning. And here's the thing, like, you guys, I get teased all the time because I cry. I spent my whole life strong, stoic, calm, not crying. Not feeling things because they made me look weak. They made me look human. And the expectation for me from other people and then later for myself was that I'm not human. I'm superhuman. I have to be better. I have to be stronger. I have to be smarter and more useful. I'm not allowed weakness. I'm not allowed to show how I really feel because one, nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to see it. And it'll be used against me. So yeah, I cry. Am I sad when I cry? No, it's pain makes me cry. Being completely honest and sincere makes me cry because it scares me. Of all the things I faced in my life, I'm the one I fear the most. I don't fear my temper. I don't fear my perverted, vulgar sense of humor. I don't even fear what other people are going to do or say or think about me or toward me. All that, that's all. I honestly don't give a shit about any of that. I fear that the more honest I am about myself, I fear what I'll see. Because what if I'm not strong? What if I'm not good? What if after saying I'm nothing like what they said I was, what they wanted me to be, my fear is that they were right and I was the one who didn't see the real me that I saw that I was. What if I don't like who I am? That's what I'm afraid of. What if the reason why people leave me is because I'm just what if the person I really am just really isn't worth it? And I see myself through rose colored glasses like I see everybody else. I misjudge people's character all the time because I give them the benefit of the doubt. What if I do that with me? And that is what drives me to uncover things and say what's on my mind, even when it hurts, even when I'm afraid. Because if I don't like myself, the real me, who else is gonna? God knows everything, right? He must know what's truly in my heart. I wish he'd tell me. And this is kind of why I chose this topic today because I am a very impulsive person. Like I said, I act and feel in the now. The past influences a lot. The future helps sometimes because it does help to have a goal. But it's what I do now that determines everything else. It's what I do now that's important. That's why I tend to I hate to say it, forgive people who other people don't understand. They're like, this person didn't change. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Certain people make me feel differently than they make other people feel. I might see something in them nobody understands. And I think I go out of my way to do that because I want people to return the favor. See something good in me that I don't even understand. I might not even believe you if you say that you see it. I might think you're a little crazy for saying that, but I want them to say it. I want their opinion. I want to see what they see. I want to see their perspective. Because my own just isn't enough. I need to see it from all angles. So the more information I have, the closer I feel I get to the truth of the matter. Anyway. I'm going to get to chat in just a minute, but let's play this. I'm going to play this while I blow my nose. I'll be right back.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
Alrighty. I know I missed a whole bunch of chat. I'm sorry. That was bothering me. See, y'all, that's what happens when you wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning and listen to Bible verses. You get all introspective and serious and shit. But at the end of the day, I'm me. So let's see how well my adaptability is getting to me today. All right. All right. Time to stretch. How y'all doing? Oh, look at that. T-Rex. All righty. Here we go. T-Rex Trucking and More. With your $4.99 super chat. Shelly's in the house talking trash and truths. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Shelly's in the house talking trash and truths. You know, I've been trying to set up my merch shop for like 3 days, and I'm just, I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. It sucks. There's like no animations of me that I like, and like I just have this damn thing, and I'm just drawing a blank. I don't know. Everybody's got merch shops, and I'm just like not into it. I want to do it because I think it's interesting, but I just I don't know. It sucks. But anyway, so yes, I'm in the house. Here we go. I guarantee you didn't think I was going to be in the serious house this morning, but yeah, I was. So there we go. But thank you, T-Rex, for your $4.99 super chat. Appreciate it, babe. Appreciate it, babe. You haven't been around a bit, so I was thinking of you this morning, and I haven't heard from you, but we'll catch up. I know you're off having fun. Good for you. Yes, Wolfram said thank you for supporting it. He said, damn it, I want to make a joke, but it's inappropriate because she's talking Bibles. I mean, listen, some things I just can't, you know. Whatchamacallit? I can't bypass them, you know. I can't overlook them. I put them off for as long as I can because I'm like, nobody wants to hear this shit. And then it all builds up, and then you get this morning. So there you go. Amber said, sorry, my big old thumbs missed the heart a few times. Aw, honey. It's so cute. Thank you for being here and hanging out. Puffer, with your comment, you got a 9-month-old. I was like, oh, she's got baby. It's a baby. Babies are like cocaine crack to me. Like, I'm just totally addicted. I will take you a baby and be like, you come take them back at the end of the day. When they need to be changed, or I'll even change them. I don't give a fuck. A dirty diaper never scared me. My children had the ability to poop up their back. I was like, you defy the laws of physics like this. How did you get it all the way up to your hair? I don't like, really? And then you're sitting there giggling at me like, how dare you be happy while I'm sitting here with shit all over my hands? Like, it's just like, I think the happiest my son has ever been was when I was changing his diaper and I didn't learn how to change a boy's diaper yet. And I hadn't figured out the Dixie Cup challenge. And for you moms out there who are just starting out, keep a stack of Dixie Cups nearby your changing table. And as soon as you take that diaper off that boy, you throw that Dixie Cup right on top, or you're going to wind up with a fountain every time. Never fails. And I didn't know that. And my son peed and hit me right in the forehead. Yep. And he thought it was so fucking funny. And I was like, you little fucker. But I remember calling my mother going, oh my God, he peed on my face. She was like, oh, the joys of boys. I was like, yeah, well. Like, Katie never did that. She never did. But yeah, my son has dead aim. It was great. He thought it was so funny. But yeah, babies. I don't know why that went off into that little story, but meh. Got her. Good M. How you doing, honey? I think we should all be jealous of Puffer that she gets to play with a 9-month-old for a week. I think that's awesome. God, I'd be in my glory. I remember when my brother Freddie used to bring his son Jeremiah. He would bring him here for me to play with. There's a thing. I only got to play with him when he was like super little, and his mother was like, God, she's a fucking nightmare. She dropped him off one day because she had to go to a doctor's appointment and she had nobody to watch him. She insisted on paying me. And I was like, he's my nephew. I don't want money. Like, I just go away and leave me with my nephew. And she was so mad that he slept the entire time. And that when he woke up, I fed him. And he went back to sleep after he played a little while. She was like, you only gave him one bottle? He was only here 4 hours. Like, but only one bottle? I feed him every 2 hours. Well, there's something fucking wrong with you then. I mean, you didn't tell me to feed him every 2 hours. He was asleep. When he woke up, he was hungry. I fed him. I burped him, changed him, played with him, put him back to sleep. Because guess what? He was tired. He was only like 3 or 4 months old. She refused to let me babysit that kid after that. She was so upset. I neglected her child, she said. I was like, see, your child is going to be a pussy. He's going to be attached to you. The umbilical cord is gone, just so you know. Like, trust me, like, you're feeding him every 2 hours of friggin' bottle. Oh my God. I couldn't with this woman. I couldn't. She's like, oh, I never put him down and did it. Girl, like, I know you're a first time mother, but how dare I have 2 children. I had 6 brothers and sisters in my house, 5 of which were really small that I took care of. I had 2 little cousins that I helped raise. I have been raising babies since I could literally hold one. And you're going to sit there and lecture me? Like, on neglect? Fuck you. And I told my brother, I said, you can come back anytime you want. You can bring your kid anytime you want. Don't bring that bitch to my house. And then I go through my house, and on top of my entertainment center, she left me $60. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And I called my brother like screaming because I was so insulted. How dare you leave me money to watch it? I'm not the fucking hired help. I'm family. Oh, it was just so, I was so mad. So mad. I still don't talk to that bitch. What the hell was her name? Daenerys? Something like that. I forget. I blocked her out. I have like one picture of her and I fucking like, poo, every time I see it. Wolfie's on those. Yep, he is up on those links, man. He's good to go. Gutter, don't make me cry this morning, Shell. I'm sorry, but that it happens. Wednesday seems to be the high emotion day for me, if you haven't noticed. Castro! That was a while ago. I'm only a half hour behind. Puffer, I'm okay. Just homesick and got cabin fever. I'm in the home stretch. 3 more weeks, then I get to go home. Aw. Oh, honey. Oh, you're just homesick. You're not homesick. You're homesick. Aw, honey. Can't you just stop by and, have dinner with them or something and remind yourself why you're not normally homesick? Just saying. Usually a trip home of, like it cures you because you're like, oh, I remember why I chose to be on the road. I miss my mother until I talk to her. And then I remember why I don't talk to her often. 3 weeks ain't got nothing on you, T-Rex. You got this. All will be well. Yes, it absolutely will. 357. I have a confession. Uh-oh. Why do I feel like this is a wind-up? Puffer. Uh-oh, Confession Wednesday is here. Ooh, what are we confessing to? Amber, I know I'm a newbie, but your videos have been a blessing to me since I found them. You remind me of my mom and my aunts and the women I strive to be in my life. So thank you. Oh, honey, thank you so much for that. That means a lot to me. That's why I'm the mouthy mama. I tend to be everybody's mom. I don't do the whole, hey, look at me, I'm young and whatever. I'm not young. I'm not young. I'm young at heart, but that's about it. But thank you, and you're very welcome here. I hope you enjoy it here. I hope you find it like a second home. That's what I created this to be. A refuge. A place to go where you could cry, laugh, just be yourself. Nobody's ever going to make fun of something that you say. We might tease the shit out of you and like joke with you, but they will never do it maliciously. And if they do, I'll fuck them up and they know it. So that's why trolls don't usually come here. And if they do, they're like, oh, I like it here. All right. And they make themselves at home. 357. I might have slipped and did the dirty with an unmentioned lady. No regrets, but jeebs. I hope I don't get a stage 5 clinger. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. Just remember, I tell you people all the time, don't stick it in crazy. There's crazy and then there's crazy. Like I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. Like I'm not going to boil your bunny. I mean, I might stab you a little bit, but your bunnies, your cats, your dogs, they're all fine. They're perfectly safe. I might even take them home with me. But yeah, no, don't go for crazy. Dear God, I hope you didn't. Just don't be a dick. Like, if you're not interested in anything other than what actually went on, maybe let her know that. Don't lead her on. That's the worst thing a man does. That's the one I don't like when men lie. I don't like when they avoid things. And I don't like when they lead you on. If you want to be with her, tell her. If you don't want to be with her, tell her. Let her know. Be like, hey, you know what? That was a great time and everything. And make sure she knows that it's not her, it's you. Be like, but this is what I wanted, and I don't know if I was really clear about it. I apologize if I wasn't. But if she stays away, maybe she's cool. Maybe she'll just go away. You don't know. But just be honest. I hate men that leave women not knowing where they stand. Especially if she cares about you, or if she says she cares about you, or she says that she's falling for you, and you're not gonna, just tell her. Just tell her. Be like, no, it's not gonna happen. Don't do the whole, I don't want to hurt her feelings. Better to rip the Band-Aid off 1, 2, 3. Because otherwise you're just covering up a festering wound that's going to eat straight through her. Mm-mm. Don't be the person that leaves the scar. We're a lot more adult than you give us credit for. We react in the moment, again, impulsiveness. But then, just give us a little time and it'll be different. We'll process. Sometimes I don't process things for days. Sometimes it takes me a minute or two. Sometimes it's instantaneous. It depends. It depends on my amount of experience and the depth of what I'm feeling. So just don't lead her on. It's a really shitty thing to do. Amber said, your hardships and tribulations have not been in vain. Aw, thank you, sweetie. I got this all warm feeling in my chest now. But 357, I hope you have fun. I mean, that's the problem with the things that we do that we shouldn't. We do them because they feel fucking fantastic. And I mean, if you've learned anything in life, usually the things that feel the best in the moment, you're going to pay for at some point. Everybody's got to pay the check at the end of some kind of meal. Might not be that particular one, but at some point it catches up to you. 357. I'll cross my fingers for Puffer's rooting for you. There you go. Amber said, you're such a down-to-earth person in this crazy world. Thank you. That's actually one of the nicest compliments you could ever give me. Thank you very much. I do hope that you stick around and you come back. We do have funny, weird, kind of out there, outrageous streams once in a while. But for the most part, this is my serious place. I'm goofy the rest of my life. So it's here. I like to be absolutely open and honest. It's harder for me than you would think. Because even when I'm telling you the stories, I still have that wall of bravado. Because I like to pretend like it doesn't bother me. Like it bothers me, but I'm tough. I'll get over it. Grandma always just saying, all right, toughie. All right, toughie. Someday you can't keep being like that. And I'm like, sure I can. No, this is me. Yeah, I wanted her to believe that I was truly tough. And I wasn't. It was an act. And it's always going to be an act. I mean, is it part of me? Yeah, I guess. Doesn't make it less of a bullshit persona. But it's something that I need. It's one of my shields. Puffer said, my confession is bogus. Now I almost downed a whole bag of sweet chili Doritos last night. Straight up gluttony. Girl, let me tell you something. If you haven't sat there with a big ass bag of chips, we've all done it. I know y'all have sat there with a pint of ice cream like Ben and Jerry's, something like really, really fattening. And you're just like, I'll just have a little. And then you're scraping, like you're literally scraping the seam at the bottom to get the last of it. Cause you're like, where did it all go? I couldn't have ate that whole thing. And you ever notice that ice cream is a lot easier to eat once it's softened a whole bunch? And then you're just like, at one point you just take the carton and basically drink the friggin' ice cream down. Just me. Don't make me feel like I'm by myself in this either. But I know you sat there going, God, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, well. You just kind of move on. Like, fuck it. Throw the carton out, put it lower in the garbage so I don't have to look at it, remind myself that I did that. I know you've done that. My mother has done it with cheesecake. I literally sat there and watched her eat an entire cheesecake at like 1:00 in the morning one night. I was sleeping at her house with my kids. My kids had taken over the bed in the second bedroom, so I got stuck on the couch and I'm laying there and she didn't know I was awake. She comes out at 1:00 in the morning, takes this huge cheesecake out of the fridge. I don't even think she was fully awake. She sat down, no fork, no fork. She sat down with that cheesecake and she was breaking pieces off. And I'm sitting there going, Jesus, she's eating a lot of that cheesecake. Ew, I don't want that. Her fingers have been in it. I skeeve my mother, just so you know. If my mother touches my fork or a straw or like the glass that I'm drinking from, I need a new one. I don't do that with anybody else ever. Like I've literally gone like hung out with a bunch of friends and we've passed a bottle of booze around or whatever and we're all drinking from the bottle and it don't bother me. I've shared cigarettes with people. I've shared straws with people. I don't give a fuck. But if my mother touches my fork, I'll look at it and go, I need a new fork. I only touch the handle, Michelle. I don't care. Just pick it up with a napkin. I just don't touch it. If she touches something that I'm drinking, like one day she picked up my cup because we were playing some game. She's got this like weird card table thing in her house. It's like a regular table. Then you take the top off and it's a poker table underneath. And if you take like a certain, like the inserts out, it becomes a pool table. And I mean, I love this table. My son loves this table, but it's dumb that she has it since she doesn't do gatherings or anything like that. I'm the friggin' game player. Like whenever we play something at her house, it's because I'm like, oh, let's play a game because I love playing games. We were sitting there and we were drinking like heavily because I'm pretty sure it was during the outage, the power outage when Sandy hit, because I was stuck at my mother's for 9 days. And when I tell you, we had a great time. We had the campfire lantern. And all we did was cook and drink. That's all we did for 9 days. That's all we did. Everybody would come by. They'd come by with different drinks and who made coquito and who had a big jug of wine. And they'd come into my mother's house and we'd sit back, smoke, drink, play cards, whatever, and just have a good time because there was nothing else to do. You know, put the kids to bed and whatever. And she picked up my cup and I was drinking from a straw because how else do you drink wine to get drunk? Plus there was fruit in it. It was sangria, I'm pretty sure. And she drank from mine and goes, oh, that's yours, and puts it back. And I was like, and she was like, oh my God, Michelle, I'll get you another straw. I was like, nah, I need another whole drink. I was like, you can have that one. And she was like, really? I'm your mother. You came out of my body. I'm like, please don't remind me. Because I skeeve her so bad. Oh my God. But yeah, she sat there eating that entire cheesecake. And I was like, tell her to stop. But there was that little devil that goes, nah, she's going to be like ridiculously sick tomorrow. Tomorrow she went back to bed. I think she ate that cheesecake for like 15 minutes and like devoured the whole fucking thing. She put it back. There was one slice that looked like, I don't know, like dogs had gotten at it. Like it was all falling apart and shit. And I was like, all right, let me go to sleep. I finally fall asleep. And like, I think it had to be like an hour later. I hear her in the bathroom and she's just moaning in distress. And I was like, that's what you get. Like, that's what you get. Because truthfully, I was looking forward to that cheesecake. And she was just like, nah, she ate the whole fucking thing. But yeah, the next day she was like, oh, I don't feel good. I don't know what it could be. It could be the whole goddamn cheesecake you ate last night. Said, I did not. You so did. And she was like, no, I did not. Who ate the cheese? Oh, somebody ate it, bitch. I sat here and watched you eat that cheesecake. Well, why didn't you say anything? Because I wanted to see what would happen. I mean, you weren't going to hurt nobody but you, so fuck it. Like, I didn't care. I just, I didn't want to watch the world burn. I just wanted to see what my mother was going to do, like what was going to happen, because I knew it would fucking be funny. And it was. It was hilarious. She was sick for days. My stomach still don't feel right. You ate 5 pounds of cheesecake by yourself. Yeah, no, I don't. You shouldn't feel good. Oh, I forgot about that. God, that was hilarious. But yeah, no, gluttony, meh. We give in once in a while. 357, we love you, Jersey girl. Thank you. I love you too, honey. I'm always happy when you stop by. And talking trash, when you feel weak, we shall be strong and drag you through this crazy world. I appreciate that. Have a little faith in me. What song is that? Smile, Miss Shelley. I'm trying. I'm smiling. You can hear me smiling. You hear me when my emotional state clicks over to something else. So, Puffer said that's being a human. We're afraid of looking at ourselves. I went through that self-hating time for a long while. Weirdest thing, my mom said, list 3 things you're good at, and I didn't understand. Not gonna lie, I tell everyone I meet that Shelly is like my favorite person, like ever. Oh, honey, thank you, T-Rex. I appreciate that. You're pretty fucking swell too. There had to be more to what you were saying, Puffer. What 3 things did you list? I mean, see, that's what got me about when Nick asked that girl, waifu, Kron, Jess, name 3 things you like about your husband, and she couldn't do it. And she kept saying, oh, it's because it was on the spot. Bro, like that tells me that you only think about yourself. It tells me you're a very selfish person, because I could name 3 things about anybody that I know off the top of my head. Puffer, she's very genuine. She's shy in a very endearing way. And once she comes out of that shell, you're like, whoa, girl, where were you hiding at? She's a pleasant surprise all the time. She is not afraid to look, like her mistakes or her actions in the face and go, you know what? I could have been better. And I'm going to go make up for that. I've seen her do it. She tackles things, like nobody I've ever met. And these are things that are super emotional, super hurtful, super hard to go through. And she's like, I'm in pain and I don't feel good and I don't have energy, but I need this. This needs to be done. And I'm going to do it anyway. She sees things through. And she's funny. So, I mean, that's like 5 things that are good about you. You have a great heart. You do. And I think you take it very personally when somebody doesn't match up to what you thought they were. You feel almost hoodwinked. You feel like you've been lied to. But then you come back from that. You're like, all right, let me look at this again. You don't just make a blanket judgment and stick to it. You evolve. You're able to change your mind, and you're very genuine about it, which is why when you say things to me, I take them at face value and I go, okay. Like it doesn't tell me any more than I need to know about you, because I feel like I already know that you're a good person. You go through a lot, but you are very, very strong. You're very resilient. And to me, I know I can see, like when I've seen you on panel and whatever, I see how emotional you are because I see the changes as they go across your face. I've seen you have 3 emotions in 3 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. And it's just like, wow, like you process really quickly, but I don't think you trust your process. So you stay open, which I think is commendable, because you don't make the snap judgment right away. It's like your brain is telling you one thing and you're like, no, give it a minute. Then you make your decision. So I see a lot of good in you. Everybody here. And the more I get to know you, the more good things I'll see. That's why her not being able to say 3 good things about her husband really, to this day pisses me off. It really does. Because how dare you? A lot of people see it, but they won't say it because they have to, play that mind game with people. I hate that. If I see something good, I'm going to tell you. Usually I tell you when you least expect it. You're like, where the fuck did that come from? When people fish for compliments, I suddenly lose my ability to speak. Because fuck you. Like, you just want me to give you something to like stroke your ego, and that's not my job. It's the spontaneous compliments that mean the most to me. The ones that come out of nowhere. Because I feel they're more genuine. Those are the truths that people see that they can't keep to themselves. And it's not a game. It's done with sincerity and with good intentions. T-Rex, not gonna lie, I celebrated. All right, we read that part. Wait. Welcome to CNC. Here's how it goes. Step 1, play into step 2, extremely deep philosophical conversation where Shelley usually cries. Step 3, boob jokes. Now. 4, read chat. How many 4s you gonna have? Read chat. Step 4, repeat for 3+ hours. I will end this stream right now, T-Rex. Don't try to like break it down. You don't know me like that. Nobody. I don't even know what I'm gonna do up here. You think you know? Welcome to Coffee and Chaos. Whatever. Got his pub. My confession. I bought a bag of hot tamales yesterday. Ooh. And ate half the bag last night and had mad power surges all freaking night. Is that why your eyes are so bad? Your allergies? Maybe the hot tamales. Did you get any of the hot tamale in your eye? That's the worst, isn't it? When you're eating something spicy and then you wash your hands and you think that you did a really good job. Then you go wipe your eye or something. And you're like, oh, it was under my nail. God damn it, that burns. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She said, sometimes I really hate me. We all pay for our overindulgences. I did that the other day. What the hell were we having? I don't know. Was it cheese stick? I don't know, but we were eating. I ordered food and I'm eating the food. I'm doing whatever. And I was like, oh, this is really good. I'm so nice and full. And I looked down and there was like 3 bites left and I knew I was full. And I was like, oh, because I got my grandmother's voice in my ear. We don't waste food this house. Because we don't. I'll put it in the refrigerator again. I don't care. But it was right there. And I didn't want to get up and put it away. And I didn't want to call one of the kids to put it away. And I was just like, oh, just eat it and get rid of it. And I took one bite and I'm chewing. I was like, I really don't want this. And I swallowed that down. And it was just like, I knew I had no more room for anything else. And I was like, this is going to hurt if I keep doing this. And I took that second bite and I was just like, nope. And I had to grab a napkin and like spit it out. And I was like, why? But why? Why do I get to the last 3 bites of whatever the hell I'm eating? And I'm like, ugh. Like, I never had that problem before. My kids are like, what is wrong with you? Because I'll say, make me fish sticks. And they'll make me like 8 fish sticks. And I'll eat 3. And I'm like, I don't want the rest. And they're like, there's no way you're full. No, I just don't want the rest. Like, and they're like, really? I'm like, yeah, I just don't want it. Like, I don't want it. But that night it was bad. And I did. My stomach hurt so bad that I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be sick. But we all do it. Now, the one thing that's going to make me sick when I eat it regardless is ice cream. But you know what? I don't care. I will eat that ice cream and pay for it later and be happy about it. I don't give a shit. God damn it. My smoke keeps going up. God, I hate these new papers that they use. It's like, not for nothing. Half the reason that I smoke is so that it could just burn to nothing in my hand. Like I said, it's the habit of it. It's not the ingestion of it per se. Amber said, that's why I have so much respect for mothers, because you've been stripped to your bare authenticity and not even can know what that is like. Bad mothers, people don't worry about it if they're a bad one. Yeah, bad mothers tend to think they're the best mothers. I don't know what it is. They're just oblivious to the things they do. Oh, not everyone can know what that's like. There you go. Yeah, my mother, like I said, I love my mother. Was she a good mother? No. Was she a bad mother? Yes. She's done more damage to me than most people in my life, just out of sheer neglect. So, yeah, most of my traumas, despite what my father did to me, most of my trauma comes from my mother because she didn't do her job. Yeah, it's I I've been I've been assaulted, I've been violated, I've been beaten, I've been demeaned, I've been humiliated, I've been tortured, and none of that had the impact on me that my mother just not showing me love or care or protection or attention ever did. Like, none of it compares to the damage she did to me and continues to this day to do to me. And I still can't walk away. I just can't. Oh shit, I missed a step. Step 4.5 crazy life stories featuring Shelley's cast of eccentric Hoboken folks. You have no idea, okay? You have no idea how crazy the people in this town are. None. I'm sane compared to most of them. Jesus. That's the Shelley I like. Okay. Thank you, honey. Got his pub. Monday, I gave my 20-month grandson Jamba Juice. He went home and he shit up his back and down both his legs. My son was home with him when he let her rip. And I got the pogo tell me, never again, Ma. Listen, at least I hope your son didn't get sick when he was changing him. I told you about Spanky. Spanky had to change his son's diaper, and it was a little loose, and he got it on his hand, and he threw up, on the baby, and then the shit went everywhere, and the puke went everywhere. And by the time we got back, he was crying, the baby was crying, and everybody was covered in shit and puke. And I was like, what the hell happened here? He was like, it got on my hand. Blah, blah. I was like, oh, God. I was like, now, not for nothing. I'm a guest in your goddamn house. I got to clean up your puke. Really? Like, because he couldn't do it. And every time he thought about it, he'd throw up again. Even to this day, I could make him throw up on the spot by being, hey, remember when you changed baby David's diaper and the shit got on your hand? He'd be like it's like pushing a puke button. You push the button, the puke comes out. It's hilarious because he's this big, tough guy. So if your son made it through the poop up the back and down the legs without puking, I say bake him a cake. Make it a chocolate one just to fuck with him. Oh, make him little cupcakes with little poop swirls on top. That would be hilarious. He would be so upset. Be like, here. Hope it doesn't remind you of anything. That's like the best gift, worst curse in the world. Because he's going to want that cupcake and be like, it looks like shit. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. But I'm going to eat it anyway because he's going to do it for spite. Oh, do it. Do it. So funny. Will Raleigh, how you doing, honey? How you doing? I was thinking about you the other night when Winning and I were watching Raw. We were watching wrestling. And they get like, there were so many different accents, and I was doing all the accents because that's what I do. And I was thinking about you because one of them had a real like deep Cockney accent. And I was just like, oh. And I was like, why can't I say this? Like I couldn't say what he was saying. It just wouldn't come out. Lass, how you doing, honey? Aw, glad you're here. Love my chat. I really do. You guys are great. Uh-oh is right. Here we go. I mean, I told you don't stick your dick in crazy. God, men just don't learn, but that's all right because I don't learn either. Because I've, as today the topic states, I have done so many impulsive things. Like things where I'm like, girl, what the fuck were you thinking? Oh my God. Were you dumb? Were you drunk? Because that's not an excuse. Drinking is not an excuse. It's just not. Even drugs, not an excuse. Some part of you knows what you're doing. But you're like, oh, fuck it. I'm drunk. I could do whatever I want. Yeah, no, it's not a good idea. Not a good idea. I mean, she has a college degree at least. I know a lot of people with college degrees. I've gotten them college degrees. I know people with master's degrees who never went to class once. I, however, have all the knowledge of a couple subjects for master's levels. But that don't mean nothing. It really don't. I can talk guttural. I could talk Ebonic. I could talk ghetto. And I could talk posh if I have to. And then there's the whole professional speak that I slip into when I'm really pissed off. Like Marty used to say, oh God, she's mad. And Charles be like, how do you know? Because I'm reading the email and she's got her $50 words in there. She sounds like a lawyer. I hate when she does this because they know I'm about to rip your ass to shreds. Me talking to somebody in a letter, in an email, like a lawyer is my version of, let me tell you about you. I'm going to tell you a little something about you. Here we go. And I will just lay the shit out and you'll just be sitting there going, I'm sorry. Like, that's why my bosses were like, do whatever you need to, because I had them over a fucking barrel and they knew it. They thought, oh, I'll do this. I'll do that. We can get over with it. No. I'm going to give you enough rope to hang yourself. And then I'm going to lay out my case. My mother always said I should have been a lawyer. I should have been just like a lawyer that just writes up cases, not one that actually like goes into court and like argues, because I will tell the person on the stand, you fucking liar. That's not what you said. But on paper, I'm much better on paper. I mean, I've done it for all my friends. I used to get like 6:30 in the morning, my friend Veronica or Zuma, they would send me a text message. I need you to write an email for me. It's going to like the dean of students or whatever. It's going to the superintendent. I need it to say these things because I want to win the argument. Can you write it? And I just sit there. And while I'm like reading it, I'm already started writing it. 5 minutes later, they'll get the email. They're like, how the hell did you do that so quick? Because that's what I do. I'm good at that. And to be like, I could not write that like that. How do you organize it? How many times did you write? I didn't. First of all, I didn't write it. I spoke it because if I'm going to type it, that takes me forever. But I just lay out my whole argument. Then I go back. I do my little fixes, and okay, here you go. Bye. Go away. But shell crazy is the fun one. Uncrazy is boring. I mean. Like I said, there's crazy and then there's crazy. Like the ones that are super crazy that either they wind up in jail or you do, those aren't fun. They're fun in the moment, but the price is way too high. Oopsie. That's all right. At Will Ralph. How are you on the other side of the pond? Yeah, how's the weather over there? That's awful, leading someone on and you think, oh, he or she likes me. And then, no, they just want to be friends. Oh, God, I look and I feel stupid. Ah, no. Yep. Well, that's exactly what that feels like. When you're putting your heart on the line all the time and giving your best and you're getting nothing. And then you wake up one day and go, oh, my God, I'm their friend. They enjoy that I love them because it makes them feel good. But what the fuck is that doing for me? Like now I just feel stupid because I didn't see it. She knows where I stand up front. All right. But up front doesn't always compute. That's why you have to be clear. Be clear. Well, I think you're awesome, Shelley, and nice and truthful and very good at talking to your audience. That's why I'm here to support you. Aw, all the way from across the pond here in the UK. You have a nice accent too. I don't get that. So many of you are like, you got a really good voice. I'm like, no, I don't. Because I've listened to myself be played back and I'm like, ugh. Like I sound so Jersey. So Jersey. It's terrible. The only thing that I like about the way I talk is that you can hear what I'm feeling because I have a lot of inflections. I'm very animated, but I'm Italian. I'm supposed to be animated. We were watching, it was so funny to me because we were watching on Old School Watch Party Sunday, me and Winning. We were watching this documentary and this guy comes on and they didn't even show his name yet. He starts talking and I said, oh, he's Italian. And I was like, he's definitely from around here because he was talking with his hands and he's very animated and very emotional about it. And you can tell if he's pissed off, it's in his face and he's talking like this and he was just so emphatic. And I was like, yeah. And then his name popped up and I was like, yeah, he's Italian. I looked him up. I was like, he's from the Bronx. 2 for me. I'm 2 for 2. I was so excited. I was like, oh, he's a real Italian. He's not one of those fake Italians. Like he's got the Italian name, but he was raised that way. Like you could tell. I was like, oh, dude, I feel you. Like, and it's weird because when I see people in these things that remind me of me and like my gestures and the way I talk, I tend to find them more trustworthy. Now, of course, that's me projecting that I trust myself and I think they're like me, so they're trustworthy. That can kind of lead me down a bad road sometimes. But yeah, no, it was so funny to me though, because I was so excited. I was like, oh, look, it's a real Italian, like spot one of us in the wild. Funny. There's so many fake ones out there. I can tell when they're talking like this and they're making it really, really like they're putting emphasis on the accent and they're coming across really hard. That's not them. Because the camera goes off and they're like, how was that? Was that good? Was it good? Because I wanted to really sell the point. Like, yeah, I know. You overdid it. Stop it. But you could tell the authentic ones from the non-authentic. And I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, he's a real Italian. Look, it's one of me. It's one of us. Like one of my paisans. I was so excited. It was so stupid. Sure, everybody agrees with my comment. Oh, you're very, very sweet, Will. Very sweet. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Shelly, when you catch up to this comment, I'm dying over the cheesecake bit in the floor. I skeeved my mother. I don't know. I just find her gross. The thought of her drinking from something that I drank from is like, bleh, like that. It's almost like that's my push button for the vomit. Cause I'm just like, oh, I will literally cringe away from it. I won't touch it, let alone drink from. I'm like, I'm not touching that. You get it. I'm like, you put your mouth on that. I don't want anything your mouth has been on. Get out of here. I don't know where that mouth has been. The problem is I do know where that mouth has been and I don't want it anywhere near anything that's going to enter my body. Like, I don't want to touch it. I don't want to accidentally, I don't know, absorb it through my pores. Just no. I just reject everything that's my mother. I know. I'm a horrible daughter. I know. but yet better than she deserves. My chest has been a plate for Doritos many times. Hell yeah. Your chest, you said, I know you meant that one way, but that just makes me think of the first time I went to the movies with Billy. We were eating popcorn, and I am not that girl who's like, no, I don't want that. He was like, you want popcorn? I was like, get the biggest one with a lot of extra butter. I don't give a fuck. I live for movie theater popcorn. It's the stalest, weirdest popcorn made of nothing but like plastic and chemicals on the planet, and it's fucking delicious. I love movie theater popcorn. And he was like, really? I was like, oh yeah. I was like, get lots of napkins because I want lots of butter. And like I will take I'll ask them for another like bucket, and I'll pour half the popcorn in that bucket and then put like the butter on, and then add more, then put butter on, then add more, then put butter on. Then I'm like, okay, we're good to go. My friend Manny taught me this trick that I didn't know about. He takes one of those long straws that they have, puts it down the whole middle of the popcorn bucket, and he puts butter into the straw, and then lifts the straw about 2 inches, puts a little more butter, another 2 inches, little more butter, until there's nothing but like a core of butter going through the entire bucket. And then he just rolls the bucket back and forth in his hands real quick, and it distributes. And everything is covered in butter. I was like, oh, where did you learn how to do this? Like, oh my God, are you an angel? Like, how did you learn that? That was the best trick I ever learned. I highly suggest you do that if you ever want like butter throughout. You do every 2 to 3 inches. You just fill the straw with the butter, with the extra butter, and you just lift, and then you just make the bucket go around in a circle a couple times, or you do it back and forth, like shake it back and forth, not up and down, back and forth, to like roll it between your two hands, and it distributes all that butter all over. Oh my God, it's the best. So there's a life hack for you. So if this did nothing for you but that, there you go. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm a complete bitch for popcorn butter. For movie theater popcorn. But we went to the movies I forget what movie. I think it might have been Titanic. And of course I cried through like half the movie. But we went back to his house afterwards, because of course we did. We were together like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 weeks or something, like over a month. And I was like, all right. So I was ready to like, go a little further. And I was like, he was ready to go a little further. And we're making out or whatever. And he goes to take my bra off. And he starts laughing. And I was like, what? And he was like, you don't feel it? I was like, shut up. It happens when you have big boobs. And he was like, wait. And he goes and puts the light on. He goes, all right, take it off. And I was like, I don't want to. And he was like, no, come on, take it off. I was like, I don't know, put something on the bed so I could just do it there. And so he took like a couple tissues and he laid them out on the, and I took my bra off, and all this popcorn comes out. And he was like, how did that all get in there? I was like, first of all, I wasn't going to be picking through my bra every time a goddamn kernel fell. I was like, so where it falls, it fucking falls. I was like, second of all, you have a snack now. He was like, it's called boob popcorn. I was like, I don't know. I was like, just throw it out. He was like, no, wait. He ate all that popcorn, y'all. Every time we went to the movies, somebody would say to, especially if we were with another couple, they'd be like, oh, you want to go out to eat? He'd be like, I'm going to have dessert when I go home. And I'd be like, and I knew what he meant, because he was always looking forward to it. He'd be like, all right, what do we got? Like you son of a bitch. I didn't have like dozens of kernels in my bra, but there'd be like 4 or 5. And he would always be like, let's see what you gathered tonight. I'm like, you fuckhead. But yeah, it was always a thing of come on, come on, come on. And I'd be like, fine. And I just lift up like the bottom of my bra and let the popcorn fall. So yeah, that's when you said my chest has been inflated. That's what I felt because I used to literally gather popcorn in my bra. That was his favorite snack. It was so funny. But yeah, he was the first time he was just like, how do you not feel that? Bro, I'm feeling so many things all over. You really think popcorn is registered? No. Like, no. Nope. Oh, okay, kind of here. Aw. What do you mean you're kind of here? You're here but not? Well, be here, damn it. We want you here. Puffer. It's an instilling self-love that you're that hard on yourself. It was hard for me to list them. Yeah, I mean, 3 things about me. I am very intelligent. I am very dedicated to causes and to people I love. And I love a lot more than I should. Usually a lot more than people deserve. Those are 3 things that I could say that are good about me. Other things have clauses attached to them. Like I have good things, but there's always caveats. Like little disclaimers. But yeah, I mean I can name 3 things. Hey Cat Ninja, how you doing? Sneaking in as always, you stealthy thing you. Got his pub. What I appreciate about my hub's work ethic. What I appreciate about my hubs is his work ethic, how smart he is, how much fun he is, and the other I can't tell you about. Bow, chicka, bow, bow. Maybe he's a cunning linguist. We don't know. Here's the thing. Whatever you're thinking about your hubby that you enjoy so much about him, when was the last time you told him? I feel like men don't realize how much we appreciate them sometimes. And they're not going to ask. Because I think part of them thinks that we don't think they're worth shit. So if you have a man in your life who drives you insane and makes you crazy, or if you have a woman in your life who drives you insane, makes you crazy, but you love them and you see good things about them, tell them. They might need the reminder, or they might need to know that you see it too. Yeah, there's people that I tell them I love you, but well, there's one person. I'm like, I love you, but I genuinely like you, which is even more important because I can love you to death and not like you, which means I'm not sticking around. But if I like you, I'll turn myself inside out for you every time. So, and it takes a lot for me to like somebody. Like I've said, I love very, very easily. I have a lot of love to give. Patience and tolerance and acceptance and appreciation, they're a little thin on the ground sometimes because I get testy. So if I like you, then you pretty much, you'll get away with murder with me. When I don't like you or when I start to not want to be around you because it's just too much, then that's the death knell. That's when I'm like, yeah, no. Like, if I don't feel appreciated, that's definitely something that's going to change how I feel about you. Because if I'm giving you my time and my attention, the least you could do is return that. So let him know, Gutter. I wonder what would happen if you just passed by your husband and be like, you know what? You're extremely smart and I really appreciate what a hard worker you are and like how dedicated you are. You're so much fun. I really like you. And just walk away and leave him dumbfounded. He's probably going to be like, what the fuck? Are you drunk? Are you drunk, honey? But I guarantee he will never forget that you said it. That might actually, be something that bolsters him up when he's at his lowest. He might think, "Oh, I can't do anything right." And he's like, "No, no, your wife said she likes you and you're good at this and you're good at that." It's great inner motivation. And it's definitely a way to even just let them know, I see you. That's all we all want, right? Is to be seen for who we are. We want to be appreciated for what we do, for who we are. Not that we're always going to be like a benefit to somebody, but that even in the hard times, they still see that you're valuable and you mean something to them. Because it's very easy to get down on yourself and be like, "Oh, I've been moody for a while, or I'm not succeeding the way I want to, and they're gonna lose faith in me, and I'm not doing whatever." Just let them know. You don't lose anything. It doesn't take anything. I always say manners are free. Well, compliments, heartfelt, they're not free. They're priceless because the people that you say them to, they never forget them. I don't forget compliments ever. Not the ones that mean anything. I'm not talking about people who are there to kiss your ass, because fuck those people. I hate yes men. Ugh. But somebody who just genuinely out of nowhere just compliments you and says that you mean something to them or that you have value and they just like you, that's something that leaves a mark on you in a good way. It's almost like a secret power pack that you get to carry around, and when you're really, really down, you get to siphon a little energy off of that and be like, "All right, I feel better." Because somewhere, even if they don't like you right now, at some point they did, which meant as a one-on-one thing, they liked you, but circumstances changed, the relationship. I hate when people are like, "You know what? I liked you and now you're da-da-da." It's like, all right, you still like them, or it wouldn't bother you that they're not doing the things that they did before. It wouldn't bother you that they changed. So learn to like something that they're doing now. Go in with the positive. Positive should last. We just don't hear it enough. I got better at loving myself slowly through that exercise my mom gave me. Good, Puffer. That's good. I have this weird block when it comes to thinking good things about myself. I feel selfish. Probably because people know that I'm sensitive in that area about criticism. So when I do think about me, and I do internalize everything. I can't speak to anybody about things I can't relate to because I don't understand them. I don't want to give an opinion on something that I haven't experienced, that I don't have some type of, knowledge in. That's when I choose to be quiet and absorb the information rather than contribute. But when I'm contributing, it's stuff I know. That's why when people are like, "Oh, all your statements are I statements," because I know me. I am not going to tell you about your life. I'm going to tell you about my life. What you take from that, you take from it. It's not selfish in nature. It's not egotistical. It's my only knowledge base that I 100% know about. And now it's even more difficult when I'm forgetting things, when my brain stops working and starts erasing things willy-nilly like a fucking Etch-a-Sketch. Like, I waver. I waver in my confidence about knowing myself because I'm like, where'd that come from? I'm like, I know this. I know. Oh, why is this striking a chord? And I can feel the memory. I can see it real hazy. I can't get a clear picture of it, and I can't tell you about it because it's so disconnected from me. It's there. I have no access to it. So that's getting to me lately. It's happening more and more, which is worrying. But we put a smile on and soldier on. But yeah, I'm glad that you do that. I love you, Shelly. I love you too, Puffer. I'm so glad that you come and hang out. I really am. Your comment the other day about better rewatch Shelly than no Shelly made me smile so hard. I was like, "Aw." It was very sweet. You made my day, and I was having a rough day. T-Rex, my confession. I tend to get infatuated with women who have no interest in me romantically. You don't say. I mean, we all do it, T-Rex. Trust me. There's that desire for connection, that hope can make you act nutty. And it's okay. It really is. I tend to impulsively fall for people who show the slightest bit of affection, but I'm working on it. Believe me, I'm sure most of us have been there. I know I've been there many, many times. And people have used that against me and tried to convince me that I was the crazy one. It's like, no. You put out signals and I picked up on the signals. I called you on it. You affirmed it without affirming it. It was like no confirmation, but that nudge, wink, wink. Yeah, it's our secret kind of thing, only to turn it around on me later and use it against me and try to make everybody think I was the crazy one. So that's what toxic people fucking do. And fuck all those people. Fuck them with a giant cactus covered in chili oil right up their backside, as Steph the Ultra Nerd would say. But we're all working on it. That's why we're here. That's why I go through these, crying jacks with you guys. Your ego, that's not what you need, stroke. Girl, I mean, be vocal about that too. Shit, you ever thought of just walking in the room, taking everything off, lay there naked and be like, hey, I have something that, you have something I need. You mind? And be like, okay. Otherwise, just go get naked, lay on the bed and be like, I'm ready. Your turn. It's your move, bro. And get it done. Get her done. Wolfkinder. Hi, honey. I just caught up from the beginning. Aw, thank you so much. How you doing, babe? Gutters Pub. You made the joke, so I didn't have to. I know. I should put the hot tamale in my eyes. Maybe they'd stop watering. I don't think that's not logical. I wouldn't do that. Don't do that. Don't. Have you tried the frozen spoon trick? I know it's for swelling, but it does help when your eyes won't stop watering. If you put spoons in the freezer for like 5 minutes, take them out, just rub them a little bit rub the bowls of them between your thumb and your pointer finger, just to heat them up a little bit. And then lay them on both your eyes for like 2-3 minutes. It does help. It really does. I don't know what it does to calm the tear ducts, but yeah, your eyes should stop watering relatively quickly. It doesn't work with warm water. The warm water actually makes them tear more. But try the frozen spoon trick. You could also do it with tea bags if you not bowl tea bags, because that would get something else in your eye. But if you take 2 tea bags, I think chamomile was the one that I used to use, and just wet them under the tap or in your water or whatever, put them in the refrigerator for a while, take them out, lay them on. That should help too. But the spoons work a treat. So try that. Got his pub. The last smoke was supposed to be a wink, not a sad face. You mean the last emoji was supposed to be a wink and not a sad face? He said, man, I wish I could freaking type. Listen, yesterday I couldn't even talk. I was trying to read a tweet to winning and I apologized like 4 times in the same tweet. I was like, I'm done. I don't want to play. I can't read. I couldn't pronounce words. I could see the word. My brain said, this is the word. My mouth said, no, I'm going to make up something completely different. Okay. So I was like, all right, I don't want to play anymore. It's been a bad week as far as brains go. Like my brain has been glitching a lot. It's okay. T-Rex, I understand. Taiwanese. Me too. Taiwanese. Yep. Lady Awesome. I often hear the voice of my mom saying, finish everything on your plate. And girl, that was one of the biggest things I changed with my kids. Gluttony is the sin, not throwing away. Yeah, but then Jesus said, don't waste. So it's like, oh, what book was it? It was was it in John? It might have been in John, St. John, the book of John, where he says, don't waste. I think it was the book of John where he said, don't waste, anything. And believe me, my family took that shit to heart. Plus, they're depression era people. You really don't waste food. Cook for an army and you eat until it makes you sick, and then you're fine because you don't know if you're going to get another meal. Didn't matter that my grandparents were fucking millionaires, but they were always afraid that there wasn't going to be another meal. It was like, my grandmother once said, doesn't matter how much money you have if there's no food in the world. Okay, that was a lesson that I didn't understand until, there was no toilet paper left in the world. Jamba Juice, I used to drink it. Yeah, Jamba Juice will make you go. Sorry to hear that, Charlotte. That's awful about your childhood. Oh, honey, childhood is something everybody has to overcome. And then we have kids and we hope we don't repeat the same mistakes. I didn't repeat the same mistakes. I made whole new ones. I overcompensated. I overprotected. I was overbearing. And now my children rely on me for fucking everything. And I'm like, how do you two, how are you going to survive in this world? I don't get it. I try to protect you and provide for you and be there for you and be your friend, but be your mother and teach you and all this stuff. And what happened? I don't get it. How did you wind up being these people? I love my kids, but if we got dropped off in a forest and it was a survival, survival of the fittest kind of thing, I'll be fine. They're dying. There's no way. If we're separated, yeah, they won't survive. My son, maybe. Katie, not at all. She'll see a bear and go, oh, so cute. Let me pet it. And then, and that's it. She's gone. She'll be bear food. It is what it is. Outpost nerd. Morning, y'all. I forgot it was Wednesday. My days are all off. Monday, I thought was Friday. Today, I thought was Monday. I'm 2 days behind. I'm either 2 days behind or 2 days ahead. I can't really tell. I'm 2 days behind. But good Outpost nerd. That's from T-Rex. Amber said, my brother would throw up at the least eat things too. Once a kid, he threw up. My brother would throw up my brother will throw up. All right. So your brother will throw up at the least. Okay. Once as a kid, he threw up because my other brother said but. And I think he has a sensitive imagination. Okay. Here's the thing, Amber. I have that reflex when it comes to boogers and phlegm. Well, I'm making myself sick just thinking about it. There's a scene in the Titanic where he hawks the loogie and then he has to swallow it. Look, I'm gagging. I don't have a gag reflex. Don't take offense, but I could take a sausage down the throat with no fucking problem, no gags, no nothing. My eyes will tear, but that's about it. That is not something that makes me gag. I have tried making myself throw up when I swallowed my friggin' tooth with the post on it that was going to rip up my insides. For half an hour, I tried to throw up, couldn't do it. But if you talk about But boogers or loogies? No. Nope. I will throw up on you. I will. And it doesn't take much. I got it. I'm like etch a sketch in my brain. I'm trying to shake it out. But no, I feel that. I do. So yeah, there are trigger words. I don't know. They trigger like a visual memory or something, and you see it and you relive it. And it's like, "Bleh," and you're just, But I mean, I don't normally tell people about that. I could tell you guys about that because if you make me throw up, I'll make you pay heavily. But I mean, people in like real life, like 3D life, they don't know that. Because they'll start talking. I'm like, I don't want to. That's gross. I don't want to talk about gross. And then I'll immediately launch into like talking about like cum and shit. And they're like, that doesn't make you sick. Nope. Nope. But it's like, you want to talk about gross stuff? All right, I got some gross. They're like, oh my God. I'm like, yeah, two can play at this game. But yeah, no. So yeah, it does happen. It does. Little like stupid words. Kitty and Black, aka Cat Ninja, what's up? That's funny though. My son has a strong stomach, thank God. So do I. I used to be in surgery in the vet hospital, in the veterinarian hospital. The doctors loved having me there because nothing bothered me. I could cut open a cat's stomach, do the whole spaying myself. I could neuter a cat, 1, 2, 3. I had no problem doing any of that. But you talk about loogies or about boogers, and I'm like, I can't. He has a strong stomach, thank God. My hub's not so much. He can't even look at poop or puke. I have a picture of him changing our son, gagging with the green thing. That's awesome. I love that you have a picture of him like that. Because the only thing that I have for those moments is they live in my memory. But God, I wish other people could like enjoy that vision as much as I do. Darth, what's up, Darth? He said, hi, Michelle. Hi, Kitty. What's up, Castro? Good day, Riri's. Oh, always with the sweet talk. See, I blew up your spot. I told them you gave me a pep talk yesterday. So now they know you're nice sometimes. Ha 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 ha. Cat Ninja, Shelly, I'll be happy to help with Cockney accent training. Awesome. That would be awesome. On paper, unbreaded. Yep. Unbreaded. Not up front, Outback. I don't want to talk about Outback. The only Outback I like is the steakhouse. That'll be fun. Good M. In grad school, people would give me their papers to edit and critique. Some people amaze me that they got into right? Writing like they're in elementary school. Writing like they never wrote even their own name. I look at things and I'm like, how did you think this was English? I know English is your first language, but nobody else would know that. Like, how the hell? I told you when I was pushing for the teachers' aides to join the union because, again, getting paid $7 no matter how many years you worked there was not fucking fair. And they had no power to change it, so I was going to change it. When they submitted their letters to me, I'm looking through going, yeah, I can't submit any of these. Like, they would pay you less than $7 an hour if they knew your education level, if they knew your like skill level. I'm like, these people need remedial reading and writing. Oh my God. So I would like take one line. I just made a whole like list of one line from a letter and this person said it, one line and this person said it. Because I was like, if they ever ask for it, I'm fucked. I was like, I don't want them to see how like illiterate these people are. Oh my God, it just killed me. And I remember my mother, because I was talking to my mother about it. And I was like, you wouldn't believe these women, like what they wrote and everything. And she was like, you're very judgmental. I said, what? She was like, "You're very critical of people." I was like, "I don't think it's being critical that they can't write a simple goddamn sentence." And she was like, "Not everybody liked school like you did." Bitch, I didn't like school. I hated school, but I was good at it. And I had to go. They told me I had to go. And since I was very obedient, I went every day. Did I have constant stomach problems? Yep, because I was anxious as hell. I hated going to school. I didn't want to go someplace where I was different from every fucking buddy else. They're talking and they're like, I almost grew up ashamed of being smart and learning quickly because other people like they would talk and I'd sit there and I'd get critical in my head. And I'd be like, "Oh my God, like how do you not understand? Why are we going over this again and again and again? Like, don't you people get it? How fucking stupid are you?" And eventually at one point I woke up and was like, "Oh, it's not that they're stupid, it's that you just hold on to information way too much." And because I had so much time to myself when I got home, I had time to absorb the knowledge and go over the knowledge and, learn different things because I was filling my time with academic activities and other things that would, add to me knowing. I became like addicted to knowing things. I just like to uncover things. I like to learn everything about a subject and move on to the next subject. Other people weren't like that. They had lives, they had adults in their life who would talk to them. They weren't sitting in the room by themselves constantly being told, "Be quiet." What do you do to be quiet when you're a kid? You can't do anything but fucking read. That's what I did. I would read or I'd listen to music on my headphones or I'd listen to, Broadway plays on my headphones. So everything was really like, everything was a learning experience for me. Other people had lives. They were so far advanced socially than I was, and I was advanced academically. The problem was their social abilities made them fit into the world better. My academic knowledge didn't. So yeah, it did. I always, when I was younger, I felt a little superior, and then I realized, oh no, we all have our strengths. That just happens to be my area of strength. But when it comes to like people, like knowing how to deal with situations without getting sick to their stomach every single time, they're far ahead of me. So when I started like working in the gas station and everything, I made it a point to learn people, to learn how to talk to people, all different kinds of people, to change my tone. But that made me too adaptable. That fed right into the people pleasing. Because when you adapt yourself to react to different types of people and you make every single one of those people happy, you're not really being yourself. You're being what they want you to be. So when I went to college, I was what everybody else wanted me to be, and I didn't know who I wanted to be. And I didn't learn who I wanted to be until I was in my 40s, to be perfectly honest. Even now, I'm still learning who I want to be. I finish these streams and I'm like, "Oh, bitch, you said too much." And then there's a part of my brain that goes, "But you didn't say enough either." So it's like, all right, you two go battle it out and leave me the fuck alone. I'm going to go listen to music. I always need a decompression time after I finish these streams. When I do streams with Winning or when I stop on somebody else's panel or whatever, I don't need to decompress afterwards. I'm fine. I'm usually like, la, 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 la. Like I'm still riding that high of socialization that I don't get very often. But on here, when I'm talking to you guys and I'm the only one that's like jabbering away, when we finish, yeah, I have to decompress. It takes me like an hour sometimes. I tell you guys I'm going to sleep. I can't just close my eyes and go to sleep because my brain is still going over everything. And I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to, like, I don't want to engage and I just want to like separate and go, okay, You just got to let it all go. Let it all go. Yes, whatever you said, let's not revamp it. Let's not go over it. Let's not kick ourselves for it. Just let it go. See, like winning usually knows. He won't fuck with me for like a little while after I do his show. Yeah, other people, they'll text me right away. Darth does it because he don't care. He's like, no, you're going to talk to me now because I have a minute. So here we go. So I just like, all right. But he doesn't usually make me I don't know. It's a weird reaction. Like he'll say, "Oh, you said this, and I didn't agree with it," or "You said this, and are you fucking nuts?" And blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, "What?" And he hits all those things that I'm like insecure about, like that I talked about, and I'm like, and he'll either like, "Well, this was kind of on point, but explain this more." So like the things I don't want to face, sometimes he makes me, which I appreciate and hate in the same breath, but sometimes it has to happen. He's pretty much the only one I'll take that shit from. Everybody else, I'm like, I can't talk right now. Like, I can't talk right now. But I know with him, he's going to push me and I'm going to push back. And we're going to always wind up in the same place. It's never a bad place. That's what people don't get about my friendship with Darth. Like, when he's good, like when he's solid and, he's, coming at you from the right place and not a place of hurt, there's a lot to be learned there. There's a good interaction to be had. And I relish that. People don't get that. They see like the negative that he puts out and they harp on that and then it becomes a thing. So you don't have to be his friend. You don't even have to like him. He don't have to like you. But I demand that the people in my life respect one another. That's all. At least when you're around me. Don't make me choose. Never ever make me choose, because whoever makes me choose between two people, they're going to be the loser. I don't think I should have to choose. I think everybody has good in them. There are people who prove they're pieces of shit that I have gotten rid of and I will never entertain again in my life, even on pain of death. But for the most part, I think the people that are in my life, they're there for a reason. I like them there. They don't have to get along with everybody else in my life, but they do need to be polite and respectful if they care about me. They don't have to care about that person. You're not respectful to that person because you value them or whatever. You're respectful because I value them, because they're important to me. So if somebody wants me to choose between them and somebody else, don't do it. Don't ever push me to that, because you're not going to be happy with the result. I don't like being told what to do. I don't like being forced to do things. Even if you think it's the best thing for me, no. You could suggest, you can intimate, you could drop clues, little hints, whatever. But if you try to make me choose, like give me an ultimatum, you're going to lose out. That's just how it goes. I don't like it. Hey, HT, how you doing? Wow, my voice went real high. Holy crap. Sorry, I hit one of those pitches that only dogs hear. Elephant, hey y'all, on my phone, can't tag. I love I love that you come in here and say that. I can't tag you, so just hate everybody. You're so funny, Ellie. I love you. Outpost nerd. I used to add butter like that when I worked at my local movie. Oh, I used to add butter like that when I worked at my local movie theater. People loved it. Oh yeah, that's such a good hack. PSA: use hot tamales for earplugs at the theater. Oh no. In ya, out ya, all around you. How you doing, my girl? Don't forget to lick them first so you get the good tingle feeling in your earlobes. Oh, that's great. I need a new keyboard. My DNS keeps sticking. I mean, your D keeps, I didn't know you had a D. I thought that was your husband. Your S keeps sticking. My S keeps sticking to the seat because I never want to sit up. Thought it was batteries. Just turn your keyboard over, smack it a couple times, and see what comes out. You're going to be disgusted. Disgusted. You ever do that? I know some of y'all have done that. You're like, what is it? And you just turn your keyboard up, and you shake it a little bit. And you're like, oh, ew. Like, what is in there? No. What does Shelly make for boob night? For movie night? Boob corn. Yeah, for boob night, I make movie corn. And for movie night, I make boob corn. Yeah, why not? Let me tell you something. Boob corn is tasty. And just think about it. If you really like the artificial butter from the movie theater, you're going to love making out with me later. Butter flavored nipples. What's better than that? Shit. It's way better than whipped cream. Here's a FYI. Here's another hack for you. If you get freaky with somebody and you use whipped cream, use it, eat it, wipe that motherfucker down real quick, because there is nothing worse than the way your body heats up the cream in the whipped cream. Even though you can't see it, it's still in your pores. It heats it up, and the smell. Oh, that was one thing. Billy and I learned that the hard way, because we were playing with whipped cream, and then we were laying there like it was like a half hour later, and I was like, "Oh my God, I need to take a shower. I can't take, like, what is that?" And he was like, "Is that from the whipped cream?" And I was like, "Oh my God." I was like, "But there's none left." And he was like, "Yeah, but I smell it too. Let's go take a shower." And we went and we took a shower because, oh my God, I couldn't take the smell. I was like, "Oh, it smells like spoiled milk." And I was like, "Oh my," and it just hits you all at once. So whatever you do, if you're playing with whipped cream, take a shower right after. Trust me, you will thank me for it. Okay? Have all the fun you want with the whipped cream, because it's fucking fun. But especially the whole slipping and sliding, and then, oh yeah. Anyway. Sorry, I'm having flashbacks. A little. Ooh, is it warm in here? Anyway, just make sure you take a shower right after. Just a washcloth ain't going to do it. Hop in the goddamn shower. Be thorough, because you do not want that lingering anywhere that heats up. And if you're using it in the right places, it's going to get real hot real quick. So, just saying. I went to write an email for work, and the whole thing looked like SSS. That's funny. They're like, she's trying to tell us something. I just don't know what. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. You know what works? What happens to mine? I don't know why the number lock key always turns off. So when I hit the number pad, because again, accounting, so I don't use the numbers at the top. I use the number pad for like everything. And there's like home, and I'm like, I'll go through and I'm like, where's the information? And I'm like, crap, it didn't pick up the damn numbers. It just went and did all these commands. Then I have to go back, and oh, it's annoying as shit. And I'm like, I know I didn't hit that button. I know it was locked. But on this laptop, it doesn't have a light for the number lock. So I have to do it to see if the number lock is on. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's the only thing I hate about this laptop. It drives me insane. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. Wait, there's another one. There's a tickle of a sneeze in my nose, and it won't. Oh, it's so unsatisfying. No, it's gone. Damn it. That's another pet peeve of mine. When people sneeze, say God bless you. I hate when people don't say God bless you. It's so disrespectful and insulting to me. It bothers me more than pretty much anything else you could do. And I mean, I know I hold my sneezes in and stuff. Like I tend to sneeze like because I don't want to literally blow out the mic. Because I will. I sneeze loud. When I go to sneeze, my cats disappear. Because I go, and they're just like, because they know it's going to be loud. So I try to like hold it in. My teachers always used to tell me, you're going to bust your eyes one day doing that, because it's like you could see me hold the friggin' thing. And it looks like my face is going to explode. But yeah, just say, God bless you. Gesundheit, something. Don't act like you didn't fucking hear me sneeze. That pisses me off to no end. It's so, ooh. Because it's like, fuck you, you don't even deserve it, God bless you. That's so rude. It's so rude. Night before last, I told him, that's the spot. You're very good on that spot. Does that count, Sean? I mean, a little. But he's hopefully expecting a little praise in that area. Girl, I'm talking about unexpected praise. Spontaneity. Men will think back years from now. If you say they look nice in a shirt, men hardly ever get complimented. It's true. It's true. Which is why I do try to emphasize the good things in people. I try to point them out without looking like I'm like kissing their ass, because I'm not kissing them. I don't give a fuck. I don't kiss nobody's ass. Fuck you. But if I want to pay you a compliment, I'm gonna. Amber said, I don't think a day goes by that I don't compliment my boyfriend. Aw, that's sweet. But the other day I asked what his favorite thing about me is. He's gonna say my ears. And I was like, you know what? Never mind. I'll let you tell me unprovoked. It's true. Like I know what it's like to be with somebody who doesn't compliment you. And if you go looking like to ask, like, what do you like about me? They don't know what to say. And it makes you feel like shit. Because you're like, wow, I literally could write a book about what I love about you and what I like about you. And you can't mention anything? Why am I talking to you? Why am I wasting my time? Oh, that's right, because I love you. The reciprocity isn't there, though. So eventually, I won't be either. I love when they're like, oh, I don't like being told what to do. Yeah, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you this is what you don't do, and this is what I'm going to do because of it. And you take from that what you want. But it's good. It's good to compliment them. I don't expect compliments in return because it is what it is. But yeah, the unprovoked compliments are the best. When you ask them, they never know what to say. I don't know if it's a male, female thing. I don't know. I don't think they think about it. They're just like, what? I like you. You're cool. Like, that's it. Like, it's like, oh, okay. Fuck you then. Nerd. I remember back in school going on a trip to a Braves game, and I sat there teaching some of the middle schoolers how the scores work. One of the moms said I was so charming, and I never forgot that. Aw, that's sweet. That's how I usually get it. Spread eagle, honey. I'm open for business. Hell yeah. See, that's what I think guys get. Like, I've heard like my male friends, because like I've told you, most of my life I've been friends with guys because girls tend to be catty, and I don't feel like competing 24/7. So I hung out with guys. I could be myself. I could relax. You know, I learned a lot. I felt a lot more secure. And it was a thing. But they would be like, man, could you imagine, like, all my girls got to do is like wink at me and I'm ready and I'm there for her. He was like, I could be standing there naked with a heart on it. She probably would be like, oh no. Like nobody flicked your switch. Nobody like pushed your button. I didn't call for you. And I had one that was like, he was with a girl who would never give her shit up unless she was in the mood. And I was like, she doesn't just like, you know, like, oh, you were so good. Let me throw this at you. He was like, I could go in there and be like, man, I'm really like, I just want to take you and do this. And she'd be like, no. I was like, wow. I was like, that's not my reaction. You think it. And I'm like, we're good to go. Like, right here, right now. Let's go. I am ready 24/7. I am that chick. And it's probably from hanging out with dudes my whole life. But Yeah, they're like, it's so easy for a girl. All she's got to do is like, pull a shirt down a little bit and we're ready. But we're pouncing around. We're like, hey, look at me. I could like, paint her house, do whatever. And she's not giving me shit. And I remember telling him, I was like, let me tell you something. If you fix something in the house and she's not on her knees, literally thanking you in the best way possible, you need a different girl. Because that shit is ridiculous. Nope. Nope. Like she should be very thankful. I don't get it, but I'm not made that way. Like the guys that I've been with, they've never had to like be like, oh, I got to do this and this and this because I got to get her in the mood. I'm always in the mood. My poor husband at the time, I had 2 impacted wisdom teeth, a migraine, and a cold. And I looked like the Elephant Man because my face was so swollen. And he was just like, oh my God, I feel bad. He was like, you look like you hurt. I was in so much pain. I couldn't even open my left eye. And like the whole left side of my face was like this huge, like lumpy thing because I had 2 separate impacted wisdom teeth. And one of them was actually sideways and it just, my whole face blew up. And I'm laying in bed and I'm crying and whatever. And he's holding me from behind. And he goes, really? I was like, what? And he was like, you with the wiggle. Stop it. He was like, you're in so much pain. I was like, but I could feel better. He was like, no. He was like, stop. Do you ever not want it? I was like, no. I really don't. I really don't. I was in labor, in preterm labor with Katie, and Miguel was sitting there, and I don't even like Miguel. And I was just like, oh, there's nothing to do. It's late. What you doing? And he was like, what? I was like, what you doing? You're like far away. Come sit over here. He was like, no. He was like, we're not having sex in the hospital. I was like, why not? I was like, Jesus Christ, I got nothing else to do. And at least they'll know what's going on. I'm hooked up to all these damn monitors. And he was like, no, absolutely not. Yeah, we had sex. We totally had sex. You could tell me no. Who are you? Like, no. But yeah, I didn't give a fuck. I was 7 months pregnant on friggin' fetal monitoring machines. And I was like, come here. He was like, no. I was like, come on, please. I was like, I make it worth your while. I made it worth my while. I'll give you that. But yeah, no, we totally had sex in the hospital. It was like, whatever. But, and it wasn't the first time we had sex in a hospital. And it wasn't the last. But hell, I had sex in a church. And I know God's going to punish me for that one. But it wasn't like full on sex. It was something else. But that was when I was feeling very like, very angry at God. And I did go to confession. And the priest was very upset with me. But I didn't go to my priest. I went to a different church and went to confession because I might be honest, but I ain't stupid. So no, I wasn't telling my priest, yeah, by the way, we were in the back by the candles and there was nobody. And I just, real quick. Nope. I was also really, really young. I was like, was I 19? I was 19. So, I mean, I was young and stupid. So hopefully God will forgive me at some point. I might go to hell for it. I don't know. I didn't do it to be blasphemous. I just did it because I was young and stupid. I would never do that now, not in church, especially not now in the age of cameras. Oh, no. I didn't think to try the spoon trick for the watering, but I'll try it. Good, try it. Let me know how it goes. I tried the really genuine compliment thing. She didn't even say thank you. It wasn't even calling her hot. It was just saying how much I respect her getting through all the shit in her life. Ooh. Listen, if somebody can't take a compliment, there's different ways of taking compliments. And then there's people who just expect compliments. Be careful with those. Somebody who expects you to always say something good to them, stop saying good things because you become like their crutch. That's what they keep you around for. If somebody is used to you always like pepping them up, don't do it once and see if they stick around. You'd be surprised how many people bugger off when you stop like making them feel good about themselves. Lady Awesome, I'm a good Catholic. I haven't read the Bible. It amazes me how beautiful some of the writing in the Bible actually is. Like, it can move me to tears. Not just the meaning behind it, just the way they frame it and like the way they present it. Some of it is really, really moving. And some of it you read it and go, you really thought that was necessary to put in there? That seems awfully judgmental. Like, there's shit in the Bible that I'm like, no. That was sarcasm, obviously. I mean, not, it's actually true. You're a good Catholic. You haven't read the Bible. We are not raised to read the Bible. That's not what the Vatican was intending. They want to be able to tell us what the lessons are. You're not supposed to interpret the Bible yourself. That was the whole reason that, the Protestant movement, Lutheran movement came to be, because the Catholics said, no, you're too stupid to understand the word of God. I'll tell you what it said. Well, bitch, who are you? Because back then, popes were not like holy men. They were considered holy, but they also had wives and mistresses and illegitimate kids and everything. They were politicians. They were rich. They're still rich. I love how the nuns have to give up all their worldly possessions, never touch anything, never have an orgasm, never get married. But yet the priests were able to go out and do whatever the fuck they wanted. That, to me, is not right. I'm sorry. If you're going to be, quote unquote, married to God, then you be faithful to God, male or female. I don't give a fuck. But that's why they had to change everything around, because these popes were getting away literally with murder. They were sanctioning murder and putting a papal seal on it and going, there you go, God forgives you. I guarantee that person got to heaven and he was like, I don't forgive you. I didn't tell you to do that. Why'd you listen to him? He's a blasphemer. He's a poser. I didn't put him there. I mean, granted, he's running the church and I got to let you in because of that, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy with you. That was not something I very specifically said, thou shalt not kill. And you went out and said, I want to kill this person. And the Pope said, okay, go ahead. God said it's all right because he speaks through me. And you went and did it. But no, I set the original rule and you went against that. That used to bug me out that they could do that. So yeah, I think the papal authority is full of shit. I really do. And yet Catholicism is such a cult that I can't shake the lessons and the traditions and the superstitions. I can't do it. I try all the time. Can't do it. Because I did love Catholicism when I was growing up in it. And there are things that I do genuinely adore about it. But the way they twisted and turned it, no, I don't respect it anymore. I respect the teachings. I respect the dogma. I don't respect the people that run it at all. And I don't accept all the new amendments to like the commandment. I swear they treat the commandments like the Bill of Rights or like the Constitution. Like they could just make amendments and change shit as it goes. No. Don't do that. Don't reinterpret shit now. Oh, you have to reinterpret it in the time, the way the times are. No. Like an absolute is an absolute. A rule is a rule. Just because the times have changed doesn't mean the rules should change, because then you're making shit up as you go along to me. That doesn't breed confidence in me for you. Like, I have no respect for people who do that. And the Pope does that now, and I hate it. Got his pub. Yep, can't do phlegm. I could wipe shit up all day long, but phlegm can't do it. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's why I hate people that spit on the fucking sidewalk. Oh, my son is like, why? Why do you have to react to it? Because they'll spit on the sidewalk right in front of me. I'm like, do you fucking? Because I lose it. I lose my mind because it is so gross and so unnecessary. And they're like, oh, they get mad. I'm like, you should be ashamed that you're walking around doing that. Your mother would look at you and be like, you disgust me. Like, I will break them down. And my son's like, you couldn't leave it alone. No, I can't because it's gross. He did it once. Oh my God. He was like, I embarrassed the shit out of him. He never did it again. I was like, I didn't fucking raise you to be a pig like that. That's disgusting. And he was just like, ugh. And he knew how I felt about it, but he did it just to fuck with me. So, all right. Poke the tiger, and I'm awake. Here we go. Oh, my typos today. I meant to say he'll gag at the slightest bit of thing. No, I understood. Yeah, we'll get hurt too if we prolonged his gag. His gag reflex. I know. Well, winning knows now. I mean, winning knows most. Hey, he'd rather know the truth than be right? Outpost nerd. Sounds like me and opening a door for a woman. Not a thank you, so I'd stop opening a door for that particular person. Oh, no, I don't. I'll open the door. I open the door for people all the time, and I'll hold the door for people. And like, I've had people come run. I'm like, don't run. Take your time. Like, I ain't going anywhere. And they go, they're like, thank you. I'm like, you're welcome. They're like, that's so sweet. You're welcome. Just keep going. And then there's the people that walk through and don't say anything. And my only reaction is, you're welcome. And they're just like, oh my God, thank you. I'm like, bitch, do not like, manners are free. I'm going to make you use your manners. I will make you make your mother proud. Fuck you. Even if I have to force it down your throat, I will make you act like a better person. Like, oh, that aggravates the shit out of me. I really am very against people being rude. You would think that I'm not because I'm intentionally rude. If I'm intentionally rude, it's because I want to piss you off. I mean, I don't do it just, without thinking. I do it for a purpose. Everything I do has a purpose. I thought I couldn't write well until I read the stuff other people wrote. Oh, well, Kendra, sometimes that's how it is. You don't realize you're good at something until you see somebody else spectacularly suck at it. And you're like, oh, I'm good at that after all. Like I was doubtful of my abilities, but I'm not anymore. Hindsight. Shinsekis have charged people for editing and proofreading. Shinekis. What the hell is Hindsight? I should have. There you go. I should have. I was like, what the fuck is this Shinseki? Damn it, Ellie. That was a typo I wasn't ready for. I was like, she's talking about some law or something, an author? I don't know. That was funny. No, I should have charged people for proofreading, editing, critique. Yes. And the thing is, like, we do stuff like that. We never like get any kind of recompense for it because we don't ask for it. Basically, because you like doing things for people and you don't value your time the way you should. You think it's better to just give it freely. And maybe it is. But there are people out there who look at you and go, why are you doing this shit for free? Why are you letting everybody take advantage of you? Bitch, get paid. Headed to the grandson, but I'm trying to listen. All right, Gutter. Go pick up that baby. No more Jamba Juice for none of them. Volstorm, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I was singing that the other day. I miss that store when they used to have all the characters walking around. Like you'd see Jeffrey, the giraffe, walking around. They used to have whatever big movie was coming out. They would send characters over in costume, to like all the Toys R Us stores and they do promotion. That was fun. These kids don't know shit about that. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. There's lots of toys at Toys R Us that I can play with. Bikes to trains to video games. It's the biggest toy store there is. I don't want to grow up, because baby, if I did, I wouldn't be a Toys R Us kid. More trains, more toys. Oh boy, I want to be a Toys R Us kid. I know I got some of the words wrong. I don't care. I just kept going. Shelly, I don't like a huge chunk of LawTube and adjacent recent thing. I come here for you, even if I have to block the people I don't like. Aw. Oh, honey, I'm glad you come here though. Oh, I love when you come here. Yeah, a lot of LawTube aggravates me. And adjacent. And I feel you. I do. Like I said, I withdrew from a lot of socialization with people on YouTube because I just couldn't take the changes and the attitudes and the games that people play. I'm not into playing games. This is me. And how you doing, Volstorm? I know you came in with the Toys R Us kid thing. But how you doing, honey? Say hi to your wife for me. I just cleaned it, then replaced the batteries. Nice. I guarantee you were like at the stuff that fell out of there. If I ever turn this laptop over, oh dear God. The other day I turned the laptop off and I got like wet wipes to like do the keyboard and everything because there's like ash and whatever. No matter how much I clean it, it accumulates dust. Like I can't even. And I was just like, I can't touch it. Like I don't want to look at it. And I cleaned the whole freaking thing. And I'd only cleaned it a few days before, but my house is like the dust that comes in through this damn air conditioner is ridiculous. Stop to hit the like. You are not my mom. Hi, Iron. How you doing, Iron Rabbit? What's up? Just listening? Good. That's all right. You relax, baby. I know you're probably busy doing something else, but I'm hoping you're resting. Lady Awesome at Elephant, that's a shame. Hit me up on Discord if you want to vent. Oh, you guys are so good to one another. The whipped cream started to sour. That's good to know. Oh, yeah. And it quick. I mean, within minutes that I was like, ew, what is that? Like, I thought he farted or something. Because he was known for that. But I was like, no, they usually smell like, something crawled up his ass and died or like rotten eggs. I was like, this smells like that the time in the dorm room that somebody spilt milk and didn't tell me and it like curdled underneath the dresser. And I was like going around my room like some fucking bloodhound trying to like smell where it's coming from. And I eventually located it. I was like, bleh, like, because it was so bad. But I was like, why does it smell like that? Oh my God, it's the whipped cream. And I was just like, and I'm going to tell you, Cool Whip, not so much because Cool Whip is mostly synthetic. But if you use the one that comes out of a can, beware. Okay? Because that one turns really, really, really quickly. Really, really quickly. It's okay, Lady One Sky. It's out. I just learned to block people, move on. Aw. Well, I hope you never feel that way about me. I'll do my best to just stay being me. Inyamers, I'm in a junk mood and love y'all. All right. We'll probably be lurking, so don't ER out to everybody. You can. Girl, this is the place for it. Hope everyone has a great day. And it took forever to type this because of this thing. Aw. Oh, I love you, Inya. I hope your day turns around. I do. Put on some good music. Put on some like angry rap or something that'll like you could get your feelings out and then put something happy on so yeah, pep up. Shelly, your soul does not go out of your body when you sneeze. You can't make me say bless you. You don't have to say bless you, but I mean gesundheit or like yeah, right? Like acknowledge it. Jeez. I never know if I should repeat a bit bless you after they done sneeze 2, 3, 4 times. I have a rule for that because Daddy used to sneeze like 8 times in a row, and I'd start saying God bless you at the first one, and I'd be like, bless you, bless you, bless you. I'm not saying it again. I'll be like, just bless you infinity. Like I can't. And I'd be like, tell me when you're done. Are you done? You're done? You're sure? Let's wait a minute. All right, bless you. Because it was just like, oh my goodness, how many times? I'd be like, all right. By the end, I'd be like, demon be gone. Like the power of Christ compels you. Because at that point, he's possessed. It's just like, oh, please. But yeah, no, I totally get that. I thought they say God bless you because it was so that the heart stops, which is not true. I don't know why they say it. I just know that I say it and it makes me feel better when somebody else says it too. Especially when they'll say it to other people within my earshot, but they'll never say it to me. That pisses me off. It's like, really? You can't show the slightest bit of care? What does it do? Like, so it makes me feel some type of way when I've seen them do it to everybody else except me. And it's like, then I have to take it a little personally. I do. Again, I look and observe patterns. So if you're doing for everybody else and not for me, you're telling me something without telling me something. I say, stop it. I'm not blessing you anymore. That's right. Be like, I already blessed you enough. Damn it. If they go beyond 4, be like, damn you, damn you, damn you. Like, get it out. I'd start asking, is it dusty in here? Do you have allergies? Are you okay? Would you like a doctor? Like, what's going on? Was it the heart? I always thought it was people thought your soul came out when you sneezed. I never heard either one of those. I've heard someone tell someone else that too, Ellie. Really? I never heard that. That's so funny. I gotta write that down because I want to look that up later. See, I like knowing shit like that. It's weird. I'm weird. I know. Y'all knew I was weird. Research. Sneeze. Responses. Hilarious. All right. Amber said, oh, but it was the person doing the sneezing asking not to be blessed anymore. I was like, okay, too many blessings is bad. Note taken. Yep, you make that little mental note like, okay, they don't want me to do it, so I won't do it. I asked the Google about the origin of saying bless you when sneezing. For many years in the Middle Ages, thank you. You did the research. Damn it, I wrote it down. Now I don't have to do the research. All right, I'm going to do it anyway. Elephant looked it up, guys. For many years in the Middle Ages, people believed that when you sneezed, your spirit left your body for a second. So the thought went to say, bless you. It could bring you back to life and also keep evil spirits from entering you in the instant or two that you were believed to have been gone. That's very interesting. The only thing I know about sneezing spontaneously is I don't know if it's my town or whatever, but it's all different ethnicities that have told me this. So it's not like a purely Italian thing. Maybe it's a Catholic thing. When you sneeze right after you say something or somebody else says something out of nowhere, it means that they're telling the truth or that you're telling the truth. Like if somebody says something and you're just like, yeah, but they're like, see, it's true. I don't know why they say that, but it's held firm over the last 50 years. So when I sneeze in the middle of saying something, I'm like, see, it's true. See, that proves it's true. To me, it does. I don't know. It's a weird superstition. Iron Rabbit. I can't say nice things from the heart to Shelly. It makes her cry. She doesn't know how much she helps us. That's very true, Rabbit. But I've told you I'm not used to tenderness. So when you get tender with me, look, I'm like, well enough. It don't take much. It really don't. And the thing is, like, you could sit in front of me and tell me this whole sob story, and I'll just be like stone-faced. But the weirdest shit makes me cry. And you made me cry. See? She can't even say about saying nice things. You're very tender with me. And I'm just not used to it. You guys got to give me a minute. Fucking Rabbit. God damn it. Alrighty. Back to life, back to reality. All right. Yeah, you really did. Like, ooh, ooh. All right. That came out of nowhere. I love you, Rabbit. Sorry I missed saying hello. I'm out in the barn working. Where's your feral cat? She following you around? Outpost nerd. Send something to be proofread 2 months later. Shut up. First time I saw Pokemon was in my local Toys R Us. Aw. Who was it? Pikachu? Or was it Charizard? Or Snorlax? They like to send out Snorlax. I don't know why. Like, it's huge. Wolfkinder, I was just looking to see what the current version of the Catholic Bible is, and there's a King James version written in private speak. It's called in pirate speak. It's called the Pirate Bible. Shut up. Is there really? Oh God, I'm writing that down too because that sounds hilarious. Arg. Do unto others as you would have done to you. Yeah, I have asked me mateys. Shiver me timbers. On the third day, he rose again. That would be weird. Nerd, the worst smell I ever came across was in a stagecraft class in college, and it was rotten paint. Yeah, it's like rotten eggs. Yeah, it's bad. They had 3 or 4-year-old paint they made us use because they never wanted to toss it out. Yeah, paint can go bad. It can. Depends on what it's made with. Oh my God, that reminds me. My brothers thought that they could hatch an egg in their room. That shit busted and rotted in their room and had the whole house rank for weeks. I mean, we used to put eggs like in a whole carton of eggs in the drawer like a month before Halloween and let them just go really, really rancid. And then on Halloween, well, the night before Halloween, which here is Mischief Night, or Devil's Night, but we used to call it Mischief Night. We go out and bomb people with those eggs because that smell doesn't go away. I mean, it could take the paint off of cars. Like, it was bad. An actual bird. Aw. Oh, that's so sad. Outpost nerd, do you have a theater degree? I don't know if he does. I don't believe he does. Oh, his associates is in art. There you go. I sneeze anywhere from 3 to 8 times. So my husband usually says, okay, are you done? Yeah. I usually only sneeze once or twice, but then there's sometimes where I'm like 4 or 5 times. I'm like, all right, daddy, I get it. I know you're here. I feel it. What? Can we stop this shit now? Because you're going to make me pee on myself. Stop it. That's the worst. I get those damn sneezing fits toward the end of Winning's, toward the end of his shows when I already have to pee really bad. And I'm like, God damn it. Otherwise, he'll do something. I'll be hysterical laughing. I'm like, I ain't going to make it. I'm not going to make it. I'll be like, Connor, make sure there's a clean run to the bathroom. He's like, I got you. The light's already on. It's ready. I'm like, all right. And I run. Because I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. It never fails though. That's when the sneezing fits hits me. It's like, really, God, why must you fuck with me? I think you find it funny. I really think he does. He's like, go ahead, make her sneeze again. Go ahead. 4 or 5 times. I want to see what she does. I'm just entertainment for God. It was a cardboard display for Pokemon Blue and Red and it had a TV in it that was playing the anime theme. Okay. Iron Rabbit, gotta go. Time to shovel the shit out now. Oh, you have fun. You shovel your shit your way, and I'll be here shoveling my shit mine. The Pirate Bible. Damn, I got kicked out before learning about a Pirate Bible. Don't make me go back to the Catholic Church. I'm sure if you look on YouTube, somebody did some type of video on it. There's got to be a video. This way you don't have to actually do it. You could just, enjoy somebody else talking about it. Wolfkinder Outpost Nerd. I was a computer science major, but I spent a lot of time in the theater. I was tech director a few times, stayed friends with the theater professor, and was part-time costume designer for 6 years. Wow. That's awesome. There's a lot of people here who are very creative. Not just people who like do their own channels and stuff, just chatters who are like, I'm not a creator. And I'm like, I think you are, but okay. Like, I think you would be if you just, step over that line. But Vicky T does a lot of like costume stuff. She does a lot of behind the scenes stuff for productions that go on. She's very good at it. If you've ever seen like some of the things that she makes, she's made corsets and like whole costumes, and they're fucking amazing. And she gets like really, really into it. And that's her thing. She's really good at it. And she doesn't give herself enough credit in that regard. She's like, it's all right. I'm like, oh my God, I can never fucking make something like that. Like I can crochet like a motherfucker, but sewing? No. If you asked my grandmother any time in her life, she would tell you, no, God skipped me when it came to sewing. I can sew by hand, but for some reason, me and a sewing machine, it's like oil and water. Like, no, we don't get along. I will break an unbreakable sewing machine within 5 minutes of using it. Guarantee it. Every time. Every time. And you could show me how to thread a goddamn bobbin and whatever, and I can't do it. I can't do it. The machine doesn't fucking listen to me. It does whatever the hell it wants. I am not good with a sewing machine, but you could hand me a needle and thread and I will sew the shit out of anything. My husband used to be like, oh, I need this hemmed or whatever. And I have a big old Singer sewing machine, the kind that's like attached to the board that sinks down into the table, and it has a cover and got like the little compartment on the side where you keep all your stuff. And I have that. I have my grandmother's because she had many. I have my great grandmother's. Can't use them. Can't do it. My mother's like, why won't you use it? I'm like, because I don't want to break it. She's, what is it with you? She bought me a portable little piece of shit, sewing machine so that I could like do my drapes and everything else when I first moved in, and it was broke within 5 minutes. And she tried to fix it. She was like, what did you do? I didn't do it. I followed the directions. I slipped that right in. I did that exact. And it just said, and that was it. It made this grinding fucking noise, and then it wouldn't turn on anymore. She's like, I just bought it. I can break any sewing machine in the world without even trying. I just look at it and it breaks. So I don't use them. I just do everything by hand. Why do we always have to sneeze after applying our mask? I don't sneeze after I put the mascara on. It's if I'm doing like blush or anything like that, like the powder blush, it tickles my nose and that's it. I'm just sneezing for like an hour. Yeah, dust makes me sneeze terribly. Pepper, not so much. I don't know why people say pepper makes you sneeze. Pepper never made me sneeze, not once. Not once. But dust, I can look at dust and start like horribly sneezing. I taught my son to do that. I was like, if you have a sneeze that doesn't want to come out, look up at the light and look for dust particles like in the light, in sunlight, and you'll sneeze. And he's like, that would never. Shoot, I told you. I told you. Because I hate the non-sneeze. I hate the one that goes away because it's just like, well, now I was ready for it. Damn it. Like, I didn't get that rush. Does the Pirate Bible talk about stealing some booty? I can't wait to look into this. Outpost Nerd, our tech program never wanted to work with us. My theater professor left teaching and is now doing comedy with Henry Chow. Nice. Nice. HT, I break dishwashers. Do you really? Are you like my daughter? She's the only person I know who could run a set of dishes 4 times and still not get them clean. I don't understand it. And all right, here's a confession. I am like the dishwasher Yahtzee. If you don't do it my way, which is the best way, I get really, really angry. Not upset. I get mad. Because how many times do I have to tell you not to do this? So I don't understand why. I told you why. Like, if you do it this way, you're blocking this. This isn't going to get clean. If you put the utensils in like this, they're going to fall through. They're going to hit the thing on the bottom. I'd like, just listen to me and don't overfill. I would rather you run 2 different loads than overload the fucking thing. She does the same thing with the laundry. I made her run the clothes in the washing machine 3 times the other day. I don't know what she did, but the clothes wouldn't come out clean. And I was like, I'm going to stand here and watch what you do. I don't understand. Like, how do you still mess this up? I don't get it. I was like, maybe it's me. I don't know. I walked away. I called my son. I said, Connor, I need you to run the washing machine. And he was like, why? He was like, isn't Katie doing? I was like, she did this load 3 times. They're still not clean. I was like, all right. He went over and he pushed a bunch of buttons. And 3 hours later, everything was clean and dried and everything because it's a 2-in-1 machine. And I was like, see, what did you different? He was like, I don't know. He was like, I don't know what she did. I was like, it looked like she did everything the right way. I was like, what did you do different? I don't know. But I was like, well, from now on, you're doing the laundry. Who's like, oh. I was like, well, don't be good at shit. I'm still going to make her like, she was like, oh, I don't have to do the laundry. No, but I have other jobs for you. Things that if you mess them up, I'm going to make you do them until you're perfect at them. Like she started doing that when she was younger, messing up on different chores so that she wouldn't have to do them. She'd be like, oh, I don't do it well. She'll give that job to somebody else. And then I caught on really quickly. And I was like, oh, you did it wrong. She's like, oh, I guess you should do it for now. No, you'll do it again. And you'll do it again and again and again until you get it right. Because now that's permanently your job. Oh, that's not fair. I don't give a fuck about fair. You will learn to do that. Don't think you're going to pull one over on me, child. She keeps thinking that these are original ideas. I've done all the things that she pulls, but I've done them better and gotten away with them. She's not that good. She's really not. I miss the smell of sawdust. I love the smell of sawdust. I do. My uncle is a woodworker. He has a business called The Wood Shop in Tom's River. And he makes all these different, he restores a lot of things, or he makes replicas of older pieces that are missing, like the spindles from old staircases. He does a lot of restoration work. And so his wood shop is always full of dust. So he would walk in the house and it was very weird because I love the smell of sawdust and I hate him. He's very anxiety inducing, but I just used to love that smell. So I would love to go to the wood shop and I would just hang out and he'd be like, yeah, right. What are you doing? Nothing. I'm very relaxed. Cause it relaxes me. It's, I don't know. It's a very calming kind of scent for me. Not to be confused with like motor oil, which apparently if motor oil is on the person that I'm with, it means they're going to have sex for like the next 8 hours, because as long as you smell like that, we're bumping. Like, let's go. It's an instant turn on. It's so weird. My girls did that as preteens. They messed up chores just to get out of them. Yeah. They think they're smart. They really do. I'll post nerd. I think I'm going to go get some of the Lord's chicken for lunch. The Lord's chicken. Is that Church's chicken? I've had Church's chicken. It's good. When I started college, I was working on a photography certificate. Missed 1 or 2 classes from having that. Then went to studio art. Then went to art education. Switched to clinical social. Wow, that's a big difference. To go from photography to art is that's understandable. Then you just switch to clinical social work. That's a big difference. Was working on being certified in art therapy and play therapy. Oh, look at that. I didn't even think to put those together. Then the DSM changed and I decided people suck. So I focused on a certificate as a professional genealogist. Lord's Chicken is Chick-fil-A. All right. I've never had Chick-fil-A. To be fair, we didn't have them around here until recently, and the one that's nearest to me still doesn't deliver to me. So I can't try it. I did the opposite, Ellie. I went from criminal justice to theater. There you go. Christine was a criminal justice major, which I didn't understand because I was an English major. And for a year I switched to nursing because I was so aggravated with English literature. They were making me read shit that I hated and I had to get away from it. I switched to nursing and then I got pregnant because apparently reproductive wasn't something that I studied. I must have missed those classes. I didn't. I knew exactly how not to get pregnant. I just didn't think I could get pregnant. Don't listen to doctors when they say, oh, you'll never have a baby, you'll never get pregnant. They lie. They lie. If God wants you to have a baby, you're going to have a baby. So I vividly remember when I was pregnant and I remember going, I think I'm pregnant. And Vicky was like, my friend Vicky, not Vicky T, but Vicky in real life, was like, you can't be. She was like, there's no way. She was like, I was with you when the doctor, I know. She was like, it's not like your uterus is like in the wrong place. Like you can't be. I was like, well, super sperm over here must have done it. I was like, he must have fixed my uterus. But we used to call him super sperm because he could get anybody pregnant. You just stand next to them and they get pregnant. But yeah, that went over well. I knew I was pregnant at 3 weeks. 3 weeks. I went into the doctor for the first time at 5 weeks and he was like, there's no way you can. Oh my God, you're pregnant. I told you. No, it's way too early for you to feel that. I know my body. And I do. That's one of the problems. I am very aware of what's going on with my body at all times, which doctors find weird. They tell me, no, you couldn't possibly. Trust me. I know. Then they'll run tests. They're like, how did you know? I just know. I know my body. I know when something doesn't feel the way it's supposed to. I know when there's something different. And they're like, no. I did it with the damn lymphedema. I went the very first time I had even like a little bit of swelling and there's one little itty bitty water blister in the middle of my calf, in the middle of my shin, actually. And I ran to the doctor and was like, that's not good. I sent her pictures from the damn cab. And I was like, I'm coming in. And she was like, oh my God. And she was like, no, it's not a big deal. Yeah. A month later, my whole leg was swollen. And it was like, what the fuck? I told you. And she was like, no, no, it couldn't happen that quick. Well, it did. It fucking did. And you didn't listen to me. And everybody's like, oh no, you're imagining things. It's just a little, you probably scraped it against something. No. Like if I'm telling you alarm bells are going off, listen to me. I know my body better than anybody else, but doctors don't care. They think they know everything. I went from computers to Reiki master and certified hypnotist. That is awesome. Wolfkinder, I mean, you should have some conversations with Lady Awesome. She does that as well. I believe she's a Reiki master. Outpost nerd. My buddy was injured in the military and was told he would never father kids. DNA test showed that was a lie. His daughter is 8 now. Good. Youngest got a BA in American Lit and then went to nursing school. Mm-hmm. Yep. And believe me, that is a huge freaking jump. It's so hard to switch your brain from arts to sciences because you're so used to everything being an interpretation, right? Because everything is theory and, philosophy and what you think. And then you go to something and you're like, I have to memorize shit. Are you kidding? Like, I, I don't memorize. I read and I interpret. I don't memorize anything. It was hard for me because I had gotten out of the habit of memorizing. I had to relearn how to memorize things. So I had to use all my little mnemonic devices. I love learning, so I could take a class on it and get some certificate. If I could, I did it. I did the same thing. I'm certified in phlebotomy. I'm certified in EKG. Many CPR, like what we call it, like lifeguard certifications. I am a certified scuba diver. I at the time I could have gone for my scuba instruction because I went to all the classes and then I just didn't feel like it. I had to be certified to be able to shoot the type of bow and arrow that I did because you have to pass tests and stuff. What else did I do? I got a master's degree for 2 different people because they didn't have time to do it, but they needed the money, so they paid for the education. I just went and did all the work. And my son was like, "You're crazy." He was like, "You drove yourself nuts for 3 years, like doing nothing but getting your degree while you worked." He was like, "You'd lose sleep." He was like, "It drove you insane." He's like, "And you willingly do this for people." I'm like, "Because the pressure's not on me. It's their shit. They're happy with the C. I'm getting them A's. They're happy if I get them a C. So there's not the pressure that I have for myself. I had to maintain a 4.0. I was like, I went into this late. I finished my degree late in life, in my 40s. I already had 2 kids. I was already working full time. I had nobody else to help me. And I was like, hey, you know what's really good to stress you out even more? Let's go for a full-time college education. That's great. And yeah, so I went and I got my bachelor's in early childhood education with a minor in child development. But I refused to graduate with less than a 4.0. And it even says it on my college degree. It says, summa cum laude. And my mother was like, "What does that mean?" I said, "It means that I got top honors, like top honors. I didn't fuck up at all." And she was like, "Oh, that's nice." Like that's the pride my mother shows. Oh, that's nice. And of course, it's always followed with, "Too bad you can't apply that to the rest of your life. It's just a piece of paper." Like that's her take on things. I'm like, "Bitch, what do you have? A secretarial degree? Fuck you." Like, "Oh, you know how to write in shorthand? Nobody writes in shorthand anymore, ma. If I want to dictate something, I'll talk it into the phone and it'll write it for me. Fuck you." Like, ooh, God, that just aggravates the shit out of me. Never good enough. Anyway, but yeah, no, I love to learn stuff. I do. I love to learn stuff unless I go into it already thinking I can't do it. Like I want to learn, I would love to learn how to do animations on the computer. I really would love to learn to do like the simple cartoon animation. I have no confidence in it. I won't even try. I won't even try. I just won't. Uh there you go, lady. I knew she's a Reiki master too. You guys all about that energy. I love it. Elephant. When we had grad school orientation, everyone had to share what their undergrad degree was in. Mine was the only art background, and one of my classmates had a degree in biology. She was the only one. Oh, it's nice when you find somebody who's like they're different from everybody else. Christine's was in I think it was a law and justice is what it was called at the time. It wasn't a criminal whatever. It was called law and justice degree in our college. And I remember asking her, "What the hell do you need that for?" I was like, "You going to be a lawyer?" She was like, "No." She was like, but it seemed like the best like use for what I want to eventually do. Except she didn't know what she wanted to do. It wound up working out for her because, she's a state trooper. But I mean, it was difficult for her to get that degree. She worked hard. I worked hard with her to get that degree. But I mean, I worked harder on her learning her shit than I did on my own. Because that's just me. I'm stupid like that. And I was in love with her. So there wasn't anything I wouldn't have done. I would have sacrificed everything to make sure that her dreams came true. I don't think she, to this day, knows that. Or she knows it, but she doesn't believe it. She could ask me for anything, and I would have done it. But that was then. She had 30 years to take advantage of that, never did. So time ran out. I got a 4.0 in grad school. Don't ask about undergrad hisses, stupid statistics. That's why I dropped statistics. I did withdraw pass. I went to the and I had an argument with him like you wouldn't believe. And he was like, well, you have to take some kind of math. So I took algebra. They had algebra. I took algebra. I aced it in my sleep. It was like, this is easy. Those statistics, nope, can't do it. 1 and 1 is not always 2. That's what he said. As soon as he said that, I was like, my hand went out. I was like, I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. I don't believe you. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I just couldn't. So I feel you, Ellie. I do. My first go around in college when I was 18, 19, 20 was not good. That's why I had to redo my classes when I got older. I was like, I was in school for like 2.5 years. How come I owe 3 years worth of fucking credits? Like, are you kidding? And I tested out of like all like the core classes. They were like, you could take a test to get out of the English, math, whatever. I was like, all right. And I got out of whatever I could get out of, and I just tested out of it. But, oh, God, that was a nightmare. The night I got my degree, my dad was at a strip club. Nice. Thanks, Wolfkinder. I'm proud of you. Congratulations on your degree, honey. Yeah, you can't depend on parents. It's not like it is in the movies. There's nobody standing there with flowers and a balloon and like, hey, I'm so proud of you. Come take a picture. Like, there's none of that. I have a friend who got an undergrad in English lit and he's a pediatric MD. Nice. Well, he could tell them Dr. Seuss stories while he gives them shots. When I showed my degree to my dad, he said, you just made that up. You're good with computers. Nice. Okay. So you just fake the whole damn thing. You gotta love parents. You really do. I'm so proud of everybody out there, including myself, who is a decent, wonderful, vibrant human being despite the shit their parents put them through. Good for you. I say fuck it. Be better in life just to spite them. I took statistics 5 times only to find out in grad school that I had to take grad level statistics. Oh my God, I would have been in tears. I would have lost my shit. HT, my statistics teacher told us what questions were going to be on the test. Ooh, that's the kind of teacher I like. I do. When they know you're struggling and they're like, none of you get this and this, you're never going to use it. It's a bullshit course. Here you go. Like, here you go. On my my senior year of high school, my English teacher, Mr. Bass, we were the honors class. So like everybody expected us to be like, the super brains or whatever. And we were. But we had a lot of jocks in our class because they needed to have that on their record so that they could get into the colleges they wanted based on their sports. They also had to have high academics. What better way to give your best athletes high academics than put them in an honors course where the teachers know the score and they're going to take care of you? So we had the midterm exam and it was like this whole thing. And because these are the grades that they're going to be looking at in March when they're looking at your college applications. So they had to be high. So instead of making it like an essay or something like fill in the blank or just answer the question or whatever, the teacher made it into a matching a matching test. So he had all the, like references like that he wanted answered on one side and a whole bunch of words that went with them on the other. But he didn't do it A through like whatever. He gave them all individual letters, like just random letters. Like it started out with A, then it went to R, then an I. And he gives it to us. And this is like a lot of like information. And he was like, okay, so this is a Robin Hood theme. I was feeling in a Robin Hood kind of way. And we were like, okay. He was like, so the first page, you'll do fine if you remember the name of the priest from Robin Hood. And of course, the letters going down, if you rearrange them, said Friar Tuck. I was like, son of a bitch. So that was, and each page, he was like, okay, page number 2, boys and girls, turn the page. Now we're 18 years old. And he's like, come on now, chop, chop. And so we all got hundreds. It was just like, all right, that was a bullshit test, but he did that for the jocks. But it was so funny because he was just like, yeah, I'm not even gonna bother. Like, oh, okay, y'all wrote that. Y'all wrote that. You got that one. You got that reference. Okay, next. And he's like, check each other, make sure you're. And we're like looking over, like, yeah, all right, she got it. Like, we're good. So yeah, we all got 100 on the midterm, and we were honor students. You see how they bend to your will? They're like, oh, you're passing one way or another because we need you to move on, and because you're a sports person. So we benefited off the jocks. It was fine. But I'll never forget that the first page spelled out Friar Tuck, and I was like, oh no, this motherfucker didn't. I was like, this is cool, but I kind of feel like I could have gotten 100 on my own. I felt cheated. I was like, all right, it's for the dummies. It's for the ones that were at scrimmage last night and not studying for this damn test. Stats taught me that all stats are bullshit. That's right. Mm-hmm. And made up to look good for whatever research is being presented. I guess I learned something. There you go. I don't trust statistics at all. People throw numbers at me all the time. I'm like, they're just numbers. That means nothing to me. You're giving me a stat on a study that was done. You're not telling me how many people were in the study, how they were picked, the circumstances in which they were questioned, the circumstances of the experiment or whatever, like interview you did. Like all these things matter. All the factors surrounding the statistics you came up with, those matter more to me than the numbers you're spewing at me. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. Yep. I do. I know. I do not trust statistics at all. It's ridiculous. But anyway, I wrote down like a whole bunch of questions for today. So like, here we go. Let's just run through this because I hate not talking about a topic that I picked. And we have kind of been talking about impulsiveness. So here, I wrote this at like 12 o'clock last night. And I wanted to be as honest as I could be. So I started with, I am the queen of doing stupid shit. I own it. I do stupid shit and I will cop to it. I hold myself accountable. I will freely admit when I do stupid shit. But what makes us act in haste? Like, what do we say or even tell ourselves to justify our decisions and our actions? Why is it sometimes easier to stupidly defend them rather than just own up to them? Are the decisions our own, or are we maneuvered into making these choices based on somebody else's agenda? Can we blame childhood trauma for all of it? Can we put the blame anywhere other than on ourselves, what does that accomplish? Are we better off living in denial? Why do we feel the need to examine or defend our choices? Like, what role do emotions play? Can we even be logical in an emotionally charged scenario? And what do these bad decisions teach us? That's what I came up with for today. Because it really wasn't, I didn't really want to do like a, oh, here, this and lecture and blah, blah, blah. I wanted to discuss because there's so many times in my life I look back and I'm like, yeah, hindsight might be 2020, but it's still skewed. I'm still going to see things the way I want to see them in the best light for me if that's the mood I'm in. I can look back on things I've done. Like I look back at, all right, like if I'm thinking of like the biggest fuck ups, I think about Miguel, my daughter's father. I had a child with this man. I gave him 3 years of my life because I promised him I would, and I don't break my promises. However, when that 3 years, like when that timer went ding, my ass was out the door because I was like, no, we're done. I gave you 3 years. You're still a fuck up. Gotta go. Like I gleefully just skipped into the next fucking relationship. Totally. And he was like, she's not even upset. That's what bothers him to this day. That I don't give a fuck that we broke up. He's like, you don't miss me. No, I don't miss you. I miss you with every bullet. I do. But like feelings, I don't miss you. No. And he's like, God, it's like you don't even like me. I don't like you as a person, as an individual. The fact that you breathe the same air as me irritates me. It just does. You are a waste of fucking space. I have zero respect for you. Do I want something to happen to him? No. I just want him to go away. Go away. Because he gets this wild ass hair every once in a while where he's like, oh, somebody will say my name or he'll hear my name on the TV. I cringe when there's like a news report or like a popular TV show or popular movie that has the name Michelle in it. I'm like, fuck. Because I know it's going ding. That friggin' bell goes off in his head. And then within a couple minutes, I know I'm going to get a text. Whenever he sees that, I'm going to get a text. And I'm like, God damn. Because he gets like this obsessive kind of weird thing for me. He doesn't do it for anybody else, just for me. And I think it's because I just rejected him so completely that he's never gotten over it. It's just like, no, I'll win her back. I'll win her back. I'll win her back. No, you won't. 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 You could show up all you want. I'm going to tell you to your face, you disgust me. I don't want to even look at you, let alone touch you. If you touch me, I'm going to break your fucking hand. And he's just like, oh, you don't mean that. Try me. He won't try it. He won't do it. I'll give him that. He's smart enough to be like, nah, or that something in his head goes, this is the bitch that stabbed you. Like, don't forget that. And she smiled when she did it. Like, I mean, when I say stabbed, it was just a little poke, but whatever. And for the record, I had his permission, so I don't want to hear shit about assault. He said, yeah, go ahead. You would do it. And boop, like, you're not going to stay right in. So, first of all, there's your life lesson. Don't tell me I'm not going to do something because I'll do it. Because I'm spiteful like that. But like, he's one of those things I look at and I go, but why? Why did I ever go there? And I've had like Vicky and I used to have this conversation all the time. She'd be like, but Miguel, really? I'm like, I know you didn't like him. She's like, I can't stand Miguel. She was like, he's like, I can't even feel bad for what a loser he is. She's like, some people are losers. You feel bad for them. You're like, oh, they had some bad luck. She's like, I don't. She's like, I just expect him to just fuck everything up because that's who he is. I'm like, I know, I get it. She's like, I don't get why you fell for it. I didn't fall for shit. I was bored. I was horny. He was there and he was relentless. And I was like, fuck it. Why not? Like, I got nothing. He literally was a case of, I got nothing better to do. But I was honest about it going in. I said, you're literally just here because you got lucky timing. That's it. Like, you just hit me up at a time where I had nothing else to do. And it really pissed Carlos off. So there was that too. Because, yeah, in case y'all don't know, he was best friends with my abuser. I'm not going to say the word, but my abuser. And so, yeah, going out with him really made the other one mad. And he couldn't do fuck all about it. And it was right up in his face. And Miguel literally lived downstairs from him. So he knew every time I went to Miguel's house, he knew what I was doing and it was eating him alive. Yeah, that's how I got even. Because I couldn't overpower him, but I could piss him off to make his life miserable. And that's exactly what I did. The day that they had the conversation about me going out with Miguel, and he was like, yeah, I know you're going out with Vicky. He's like, I'm not going out with Vicky. He's like, why else would you go to her house? He was like, Michelle. He was like, what? He was like, yeah, I'm with Michelle. He was like, Michelle who? My Michelle? He was like, no, my Michelle. Oh, we all stood there like, oh, like, oh, that had to hurt. Oh, that had to hurt. Because it did. It landed. And he like, Carlos like froze. And he was just like, what? Like, he had so much rage. He didn't know what to do with it. And it was just like, good. And I'm surrounded by people. You ain't doing shit to me. Fuck you. Like, that was my ultimate screw you to him. That's how Miguel got me. And that's the only reason that I stayed with him as long as I did. And then I got pregnant and I was like, crap. It's like when you go to a job and you sign the contract and don't read the fine print. That was my relationship with him. And I look back and I'm like, yeah, God, Michelle, you're so stupid. So stupid. Why would you do that? Why? Why put yourself through that? He disgusted you when you were just like, oh, it's fine. Because something else mattered more to me. Getting even mattered more to me than my happiness and being with somebody that I wanted to be with. And I mean, I own it, but at the time I was like, no, he's great. Like, even I didn't believe my own bullshit. But it took a lot of conversations between me and Vicky for her to understand why I did the things I did. And she had no problem telling him, you just leave her alone. She don't want to be with you. You look stupid. Like everybody in this town knows she does not want to be with you. Stop chasing her. He will chase me till the day I die. And the thing is, he's probably listening to this and knows everything that I truly feel about him. And he don't care. In one ear, out the other. He's like, la, la, la. No, she really loves me. No, I really don't. I really, really don't. Really, really don't. Really, really don't. I do not love you. Like, and I mean, I mean to him. Do I regret it? I mean, not really. Let's just face it. I don't regret being a bitch to him. Sometimes I feel a little bad and then I remember what a shit father he is and I don't feel bad anymore. Because he had this like multiply handicapped kid that he didn't do shit for. Didn't support her financially, emotionally, physically, nothing. He just ran away from every responsibility. Why? Because you could do everything yourself. That's who you are. That's not an excuse. Because I'm capable of a lot doesn't mean that it lets you off the hook. But apparently it does. Until he had his son. Then he was all wanting to be a father. So I got no time for that bullshit. Sorry for that rant. But anyway, fuck Miguel. Elefant. We all do stupid shit at some point in our lives. Taking responsibility for it is a good step. I went back to answer comment on your question. Thank you, honey. Always own your shit. I think we make decisions based on what is around us with the best knowledge we have at the time, even if it's the wrong choice. Okay, I agree. You can't use your childhood as an excuse for the rest of your life. You have to own your shit. Example, I have a grandma who's almost 90 and still brings up shit her parents did to her in the 40s. Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to bring up the shit that my mother does, but I've learned to like use that to make myself better. Because if I'm going to change a behavior of my own, I have to understand where it came from. And to understand where it came from, I have to get to the root cause and figure it out and find a solution from there. It'll hurt a lot of the time, but I have to go back and settle the things that are unsettled. And I know that's different than people who just constantly bitch about something and never do anything to better themselves. Denial is the first step to acceptance. That's true, because acceptance, people don't realize usually you have a grieving process. It's just like the stages of grief. You know, you might skip them or like rearrange them, but eventually to get from denial to acceptance, you have to go through it all. So yeah, there is, because it's a loss. You're either losing anger, or you're losing a narrative that you convince yourself was correct, or you're taking away, you're draining power from something and letting it die. So yeah, you grieve it because it's something that pushed you for so long. It could either destroy you for like your whole life, or it can motivate you for your whole life, but it's something that's so powerful and it needs to be minimized. So yeah, there's a grief process to that, because it's a crutch. You miss the crutch when it's gone. You can be both logical and emotional in waves throughout your life based on what's going on. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it depends on your state of being too. Like if you're weakened in some way physically, it's surprising how the mind goes along with that same weakness. If you're in a lot of pain, if you're on a lot of meds, the mind is so affected, you don't realize it till you come out of it. Like in that moment, you think you're acting normal and you're not. And then you look back and you're like, what the hell? And it's, it was medication. It was too much stress. It was like, the grieving period where you don't realize you're grieving. There's anger that comes from places that you don't understand why these things are making you angry. They're not making you angry. You're angry at something else, but you're not willing to face that. So you're blaming it on something else. You pivot and you like scapegoat something else. Once I learned the reason why we self-sabotage, it allows us to predict what's going to happen. Oh yeah. Which gives us the illusion of control over our pain. That was a real eye-opener for me. I constantly self-sabotage. Constantly. Because again, I watch what people do, and deviations, even minor deviations that they don't notice, are like huge friggin' foghorns to me. It's like an air horn going off. Like it's just screaming at me. Pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. Like this means something. And my brain, I wish it would go to sleep sometimes. I really do. Because I wish it wouldn't overanalyze everything. That's why I get so hurt all the time. Because my brain goes, oh, that was against you. Oh, they feel different about you. Oh, that's what they really think about you. That's the truth coming out. That means this. That means that. And I'm like, would you shut up? I'm like, it's not, they don't even know that they did it half the time. Like, it was an expression. They're like, yeah, but it was an expression that was aimed toward you. They did that to get under your skin. And because I'm so used to people trying to hurt me without being obvious about it, like to be that sneaky kind of covert person who hurts you because they get off on it, that I'm always on the lookout for it. I'm always hyper aware of it. Like everything is taken personally because throughout my life, people have meant to hurt me personally. So it's like, all right, so I'm like one huge raw nerve, like all the time, completely exposed. If you've ever had like dry socket in your tooth, like if you had a tooth pulled and you get that dry socket, that kind of a pain, I feel like that nerve that's exposed. I do. all the time. And it's so easy to hurt me. And I pick people who don't acknowledge or remember that. I pick abrasive, cold people a lot of the time. I pick blunt people. I like bluntness. I like knowing where I stand with you. Even if it's going to hurt, I know where I stand. It's the not knowing. I don't like mystery. It's a good thing to like hook me, but once you keep it up, then it just it's not a mystery anymore. Now it's just a disconnection, and it pushes me away. It does, and I think that happens a lot. Like in my relationships, I will pick people based on all the best things that I see in them, and turn a blind eye to the warning signs. You know, because they're not treating me like that. They're treating other people like that. Until eventually they treat me like that. And then I'm like, whoa, calm your tits. Like, who the fuck are you talking to? And I might not say it out loud, but my brain goes, oh, motherfucker, no. Like, bitch, who are you talking to? Like, my jersey gets real, like, her. And I'm just like, all right, I'm out. Like, And I just back up. Weird things. Like, if I'm doing something for you all the time and you're not doing it for me, I can accept that that's the exchange we're going to have. And it might hurt, but I can live with that. But then when you do it for other people, but not for me, people who don't give a fuck about you, and you're all interested and like doing stuff and like, you know, giving them like whatever shout outs or whatever, like you're giving them this attention that they don't give a fuck about you, but I've been giving you that attention, but I don't get it and they do, then I have a fucking problem. I have a huge fucking problem. And I'm like, all right, why don't you go play with them? I've said it many, many times. If it's a choice between me and somebody else, choose them. Because I'm never a choice. I am the choice or nothing. Because that's how I roll. If you're my priority, you're my priority. Nobody's going to come in and like get the things that I give to you. So if you're not giving me this, but you're giving it to somebody else, then go be with that person. That's ended many, many relationships in my life. It's weird, like the way people have a turnaround. Now, here's the thing about hindsight. If I look back, 5 years after the fact, do I see that they changed or do I just see that they were probably the same way the whole time and I just idealized them? And I just focused on the good stuff that I saw and just filed the bad stuff away like it was of no consequence. See, that's my fault. That's my fault when I put not on a pedestal because I'm used to like people fucking up. There's a certain amount of fuck up that I'm willing to accept. And then there's a line. You could be a horrible person in many ways. Little like annoying ways. I'm not talking about like criminal ways or like moral ways. But you could have a whole list of flaws that I'll love. I'll accept them and whatever. But then when you start like criticizing me or like moving away from me in a way that you're like praising other people, but I never get that, I go, all right, now I'm done. That's a line for me. That's a boundary. Because I don't compete ever. That's not who I am. If there's a competition, all right, you won. Bye. Go win over there. Like, because I don't want to play that game. I'm too old to be playing games. And yet, I get up here and do this. I lost my place. Oh no, here I am. But yeah, that's a huge thing with the self-sabotage. Like the problem with my self-sabotage is I wish I was wrong when I start seeing things. And I do. I fuck up, like the friendship or like the relationship or the the mothership. Um because I see it unfolding and I'm just like, no, I'm nothing but pain lies down this way. And I just cut it off like 1, 2, 3. I'm like, and then I walk away and people think I'm cold because they're like, oh, she's heartbroken. No, she's fine. And I will be fine because I watch it as it unfolds and I go, yeah, no. You see it happening and you prepare yourself. There's always like a couple days of like heartache and then you're fine. But once I get my heart hurt, I won't do it again. God, it took me 20 years after my divorce to even like think about caring about anybody else. They were like, "Oh, it's just about sex for you?" Yep. That's why it was just about sex for 20 years. That's why it's always been like, hey, fuck buddies or nothing cuz no, you ain't and no sleepovers. You're not sleeping here. Oh, but I don't care what you want. Like you gave me what I wanted. I gave you what you wanted. Here's your sandwich. Here's your cookie. Here's your coffee. Get the fuck out. Like, if you want to do it again in a couple weeks, hit me up or whatever. But I'm not texting you. I'm not calling you. I'm not reaching out because that's not what this is about. I don't want to have a relationship with you. I'm very open about it. And the guys are always just like, wow, what a cold bitch. I'm like, I'm not cold. I don't trust you. Like, why would I trust you? I know you're a fucking man whore. Like, why would I trust you with my heart? I barely trust you with my body. That's why I'm in charge. Like, when I'm in charge, I don't trust you. When I get pushy, I don't trust you. Or more to the point, I trust me more. And y'all know how little I trust myself. I second guess myself all damn time. And you said, I have a hard time making real connections and things seem to stay surface level. Yep. Because anytime I go for something real, my brain, emotions, and mouth messes me up. Yep. It's like I can't stop myself from overthinking about every damn thing. And then I get down because I just must not be worth it. Oh, honey, I know. Believe me, I've sat there and said, well, what did you expect? What did you expect? When you grow up the way we did, with all that trauma, you've learned that your worth is in what you do for other people. How serviceable you can be, how pleasing you could be, or how bossy you could be. So you either are valuable to other people because they love what you can do for them, or they're afraid not to. Those are the two things that we go for. And you believe that you're not worth it. And when that person turns and they get cold or whatever, and you're just like, see, I knew it. I didn't trust them because I knew that they would figure it out. I knew that they wouldn't think I was worth anything because I'm not worth anything. You are, though. You are definitely, girl, you are worth so much more than you think. And I'm telling you that as a friend, you are a beautiful person with a beautiful heart and a lot to give. And you are worthy of being loved. You hear me, Enya? You are worthy of being loved. Absolutely 100%. I would put good money on that because I believe it. I just want you to believe it one day. And yeah, dry socket is probably the worst physical pain. You know what's worse than dry socket? When they fill the socket with gauze. Oh, God, that's the worst pain I've ever felt in my life. I literally bowed up out of the dentist chair when he did that shit. And he was like, okay, let me go get the gas. Because I was like, he took this long string of, like, it was a strip of gauze, real thin, and he was going to pack it into the socket. And it's medicated gauze and everything. And the first thing that when he pushed it out, I went, like the scream was, it broke the sound barrier. I bowed up out of that chair and he pushed me back down. He was like, okay, let me get the gas. And he threw that mask on my face. He didn't ask me, did you eat? He didn't ask me shit. He was like, nope, here you go. And I was just like, oh, strawberries. Great. Because the nitrous to me smells like strawberries. And I was just like, wee, it was great. And he was like, is there somebody to take you home? I was like, nope. He was like, great. I was like, I knock it in. It was fine. Because I didn't feel shit after that. And I don't know how I walked home the first time because I did it by myself. I probably almost got hit by like a dozen cars. Didn't matter. I was like, dee, 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 dee. It was so funny. I guarantee, I wish somebody would tape me walking home. Would have been the funniest fucking thing in the world. The second time it happened, when I was married, the second time when it happened, I got the dry socket on the left side, and that's where they cut into my jawbone because the tooth grew through my jawbone and formed a hook underneath. And it became one. So they couldn't pull it out. They couldn't just cut it and like, separate the hook from the rest. They had to cut my jawbone. And you want to talk about painful, but then I wound up with a dry socket on top of that. And I went and I brought my husband with me. And he was like, oh, it's not going to be that bad. And the doctor was like, here, he just slammed me with the gas. And he was busy talking. So he forgot to turn on the oxygen. And he was like, oh my God. He thought he almost killed me. And and I heard him and I was just like, wee. I thought I was floating. I could have sworn I was on the ceiling. Literally, legit. I shit you not. I thought I was on the ceiling. And because he'd only turned the gas on, he forgot to hit the oxygen to mix it. So it was just like, oh my God. So he gives me the oxygen. He lowers thing. I'm high as fuck. He packs this thing, which takes like 30 freaking seconds at most. I'm high as a kite. He's like, do you have somebody? I was like, my husband's outside. And he was like, oh, okay. He was like, thank God. And I remember Brett trying to walk me home because something happened to the car and we had to walk home. So it's like a 10-block walk. And he was so frustrated, yet amused by the time we got to the house. He spent like an hour telling my grandmother all the different places I went running into to say hi to people. He was like, she ran into Dunkin' Donuts. She ran in here. She was like, hi. Oh my God, you're so pretty. He was like, everybody was just like, what is wrong with her? He was like, she just went to the dentist. They were like, oh, okay. But it took him like 45 minutes to get me home. It's a 5-minute walk. Literally 5 fucking minutes downhill to get to my house from where the doctor's office was, where the dentist's office was. And it took him 45 fucking minutes because I kept running off. See, that's why I don't drink in public, because I run off. I just leave. And I'm stealthy. It doesn't matter. Like I said, when I walk, I don't make any noise. When I'm drunk, I really don't make any noise. Like I'll be standing there. You could be holding my hand, talking to somebody. And all of a sudden you're like, where'd she go? I'm gone. I'm already like 8 blocks away. I just take off. And I say hi to everybody on my way. But I'll run the whole fucking way. It doesn't matter. But I'll still say hello to every single person. I went through one bar called the Cork Street Bar or the Cork Bar. I forget. It's behind McDonald's. I was running past it and there were a whole bunch of people outside. And I was like, that looks like fun. So I went in and I just started saying hi to everybody. And then I went out the back door and continued home. But I made sure I said hello to like 150 fucking people on the way. And that's just how I get. So yeah, when I drink, no, I'm super social. But I'm also a flight risk. So yeah, like put handcuffs would be good if I'm drunk. Just handcuff me to you. You're gonna have to go to the bathroom a couple times with me, but just handcuff me to you. You won't lose me. Otherwise, good luck, because I just take off. It's not that I'm trying to escape where I'm at. I'm just in the mood to walk. So I just go. And then at some point I go, I want to be home. And that's where I go. I just take off. But yeah, he was like, I'm never doing that with her again, ever. He was like, that was so embarrassing. He was like, she just kept hugging people. She just hugged everybody. See, now I'd be arrested for assault. Back then, this was what, 2001? No, everybody was just like, oh, she's sweet. Like, it was like, oh, poor little Hyde thing. But yeah, no. Now I'd get arrested because I was just hugging everybody. I don't remember any of it. But he sat there when I sobered up, like when I was back to being myself. I was just like, did I really? Like, I had bits and pieces that I remembered, but like nothing continuous. And he's telling me, and I'm just like, wow. Ugh. Ooh, did I really? Oh, God damn it. Now, like, well, can't go back there again. And he was like, yeah, it's fine. He was like, everybody took it well. I was like, I was embarrassed. I was like, you're always embarrassed. Not a social person. But yeah, that was definitely funny. Elephant, breaking my pelvis was the worst. Oh, it actually hurt worse than childbirth. Girl? Yeah, no, I can't even. I told you, Katie thinned out my pelvic bone to where it like snapped in one little place. The doctor was like, it's fine. It's still connected. It'll thicken up when your hips go back. I was like, my hips better fucking go back because I can't do this. But like, yeah, no, that I'd walk and you'd hear like you'd hear the click of the bone. It was terrible. But yeah, I can't imagine breaking my pelvis. Oh no. You could take me out with fucking menstrual cramps. Can you imagine breaking your pelvis? No, thank you. No, that's a pain I don't ever want. I'll take your word for it, girl. Lady Awesome Sky. It's so easy to let your mind run away with you. Try to pull yourself out of your perspective and give yourself as much grace as you would give a close friend. We talk to ourselves more than anyone else, so be kind to yourself. Yeah, but see, that's my problem. I can be very forgiving to anybody except me because I hold myself to very high standards, which I inevitably will not meet. And then I just consider myself a failure. And that just chips away at what's left of my self-esteem. Like, I have plenty of ego. I have plenty of bravado. That's why I can do this. Confidence, not so much. Self-esteem, no. Self-worth, absolutely none. If I'm not valuable to somebody in some type of way, then I'm worthless. There is no in between. There is no in between. And I do. I will spend my life trying to seek my own value in getting some type of approval from other people or in the opinions of the people that I love the most. And I'm always going to be disappointed because they can't see what's not there, right? I don't put it on them. I put it on me. Inumers, I've been in pain, sick around death's door, but I was just really calm. It hurt, but it was peaceful. The dry socket was torture. I feel you. I do. Because it literally feels like someone is putting like an ice pick through your jaw up into your eye, nose, ear, and then your brain. And just like, oh, let me just see what happens if I scramble things around. It's it's the worst. And you can't eat and you're nauseous and it makes you twitch all over. And it's just horrible. We're harder on ourselves than other people ever would be. Yep. But we project that and we think they think that of us. Oh, you're all warriors. I do. I believe you're all warriors. You are the strongest women out there. That's why when you guys come around, it energizes me. It makes me feel stronger because I'll be damned if I'm going to be a weak little individual when I got all these women around me who are, victors in their life, survivors and warriors. And y'all are as honest with me as I know you can be. Nobody's 100% honest. There's always going to be things that you haven't faced yet. I don't think of that as dishonesty. I just think you're not aware of the truth of that matter yet. And you will be. And when you are, you'll share it. At least, you'll embrace it. But y'all are some of the most honest, strong, resilient people that I've ever met. And the dudes on here are the most giving, the most accepting, the most sensitive without being weak. I don't see it as weakness. I don't see you guys as like soy boys or anything like that. You're definitely not like beta bitches. You're actual men who just are dedicated to being authentic. I appreciate that more than you know. I really do. I relish it. That's the only reason I keep coming back. Well, not the only, that's the main reason I keep coming back. Because I can't imagine just stopping and not having you guys around. I need that. You guys fulfill a need that you don't even realize. There is an unbelievable pain. Yes, there's unbelievable. I knew what you meant. Unbelievable pain when it comes to your teeth and your jaw. Yeah, because it's connected to fucking everything. Your brain hurts, your ear hurts, your throat hurts, your stomach hurts. It's like, God damn. And then like your back hurts because you're all tense. Your shoulders and like your neck start to hurt because you're like holding yourself so like, argh! Yeah. It affects so much more than any other pain. Like mouth pain is not localized. It spreads. Lady Awesome, Shelly's a better person than me. I'm not making a sandwich for just anybody. And not just that, a cookie and coffee. Damn, you're good. I told you, because Marty and I had this conversation over beers. And he goes, you are such a dude. I was like, what? He was like, you fuck like a dude. I was like, no, I don't. I was like, I do it my way. And he was like, yeah, what's your way? I was like, I don't know what you'd call it. I was like, all right. I said, so say I'm in the mood. Take Connor's father. He wants to, do his own thing, whatever. He doesn't come visit his son, but yet he wants a piece. Oh, of course. It's like I say his name, he shows up. But like his father would show up and he'd get what he wanted. I said, he shows up when he wants. We throw down for like, a little while when Connor's napping or whatever. And when we're done, we'd sit and we bullshit. Like when he gets there, I always make sure that there's something good for him to eat. One of his favorites. I make sure that, the iced tea is the one he likes. I give him time to spend with, my son, and they play video games. They watch a movie. They joke around. They go for a walk. They go to the park. They come back. I have the food all ready. I feed him, kind of goes for his nap or, whatever. We go and we, do what we do real quick. And then once it's, done, whatever, it's like nothing happened. We joke around. We'll sit around. We'll kibitz. We'll play cards, whatever. And then when it's time for him to go, because you're not spending the night, here's a care package. I made you a sandwich. And I'll have a paper bag with the sandwich and the cookie, because I always make cookies, and with a cup of coffee in a to-go cup. Here you go. Have a good one. And I'll talk to you next time you text me. And then that's it. And I was telling him that's how it goes. And he was like, I said, I don't know what you call that. And Charles was like, ideal. That's what you call that. You call that ideal. He was like, why aren't there more of you out there? I was like, thanks. I was like, I don't want the interact. I'm not looking for an emotional connection here. I'm looking for the here, come here, spend time with him, scratch my itch. Here's your food. Get the fuck out. See you next time. And in between now and next time, we don't need to talk. It's fine. Like, you have nothing to say that I want to hear, and I have nothing to share with you. So like, just go away. And he was like, yeah, that's ideal. And I thought it was hilarious. Meanwhile, G is sitting there just like disgusted. And I was like, what's the face? She was like, oh my God, they just use you like that. I was like, them use me. Have you not been paying attention? It's not like I go to them. Like, I literally get door-to-door service. Like, what the fuck? Shit, Miguel jumped on a plane because it was my birthday. He was just like, oh yeah, I just want to come up and spend your birthday with you. Why? I don't want to spend it with you. Why do you want to ruin my birthday? He came up here because he was looking for something. It's like, damn. Like, I can't. It just, I can't. But yeah, no, that's the thing. I always make sure everybody's fed. See, that's the Italian in me. I have to get going. Time to school the children. Have a good day, Ellie. Thanks for coming by and thanks for answering all the questions. I appreciated that. It was a good conversation. We had fun today. I needed a fun day. There was lots of crying, but that's all right. I feel better. Suzanne, how you doing, Susie? Susie, you asked me about that link. You could throw your link up for that dude that's gonna help you out. I mean, you have a wrench. Just throw it up there so everybody can look at it. And maybe tell them what's going on, because I don't really know what's going on. So if you want to like drop that here and tell us what the what is, we're here for it. We're here for it. In the meantime, yeah, impulsiveness has always been my downfall, because most of my life is, well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Like, and the other part of my life is, challenge accepted. Like, here, hold my beer. Like, that's the other part of my life. I'm trying very, very hard in the last couple of years to not do that. And I fail sometimes. I do it sometimes. Sometimes I just don't know if I'm doing it or not. And I need somebody to call it out. I'm very self-aware, and yet I'm completely oblivious. I don't know how you do the two things at once, but I manage it. I do. I completely manage to be blind to some things and way too aware of others. And it's a problem. It's a problem. But I look back at my life and I'm just like, oh my God, what was I thinking? And then I start like really trying to find the reasons behind what I did. And usually that leaves me going, oh God, I'm an idiot. I'm so stupid. Because it's like, why did you do that? Why did you take it that far? Why did you let it go so long? Why didn't you walk away earlier? Or why didn't you just tell them, hey, look, I need this. I need you to do this for me. Why didn't you take that risk? I took risks with my life that I will never share because they were so stupid. But I wouldn't take risks with my heart. When I started dating again, I was dating this guy, this little leprechaun bastard, that my cousin Mikey actually set me up with. And my cousin brother, whatever. I thought it was going really well. And then one day he was just like, he goes, I don't understand you. And I was like, what? His name was Sean. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, I don't understand you. I was like, what don't you understand? He was like, you're so closed off. I was completely taken by surprise because I was like, what do you mean I'm like, I talk all the time with you. Like I shared so many different things about me with you. Like that's what we're doing. We're getting to know it. He was like, no, he was like, it's something. He was like, yeah, you say facts and you tell stories. He was like, but I can't seem to get in there. I was like, in where? Because, where exactly are you looking to get into? Because we can talk about it, but he was like, your heart. Like, I can't get in your head. I can't get in your heart. Like, I think I could walk away today and it wouldn't bother you. And I was like, well, I'm not attached to you yet. Like, why would it bother me? Like, I'd have a few moments of, and that would be it. But I mean, it's not like I'm in love with you or something. And he was like, yeah, but we've been dating for like over a month and you have like no feelings for me. And I was like, I like you. And my head automatically added kinda, because I liked him, but I didn't like him. Like he was all right. I could deal with him. He was tolerable. There was potential there, but nothing about him made me go, this person is amazing. Like he didn't impress me. But he was all right. He was a nice dude. And my cousin was like, yeah, come on. He's really nice. He's a solid dude. He's fun. He's fun, Shell. He's not going to hurt you. He's not going to this. He's not going to that. He's not violent. He's not whatever. And I was like, fine. So like this dude was super safe. And he was very nice, but I did not trust him and I didn't click. There was nothing about him that excited any part of me. Like he didn't stimulate me physically, emotionally, or mentally. He was pretty much like the meh of guys. Other people thought he was like super exciting. To me, that was just like him showboating. That shit don't impress me. You want to impress me, like, talk on a different level to me. Bring your game up. Show me that you're not like everybody else, because I'm going to show you I'm not like anybody else. I will tell you, I am not like any other girl you have ever been with. Once you get to know me, you'll appreciate it. But no, he was never going to get to know that person because he just wasn't impressive to me. He wasn't impactful. He was just your average nice guy. He wasn't super smart. He wasn't super funny. He wasn't super athletic. He wasn't super anything. There wasn't anything that I could pick out that he was really good at. There was nothing special. Like there was nothing that I could look at and go, wow, this is something I can learn from. This is somebody that, look at what they can do. Look at, they're great. Look at this. There was nothing outstanding, nothing extra. He was literally like the most bland thing ever, but he was solid and he was safe. And that's why they set me up with him. And he was cute. He wasn't, like sexy, but I mean, he was cute. He was good looking. I mean, I definitely, I wouldn't have mind him like waking up to that every morning, but that it just wasn't there. There was nothing about him that made me want to open up to him. And I didn't realize that I was that closed off. And after that, I just stopped dating. I didn't date anymore. It was purely just, we're just fuck buddies and that's it. You're a one night stand, because I had nothing left to give to anybody. All I was looking for was some kind of physical gratification. Even that was sketchy. That's why when guys are like, oh, she got a high body count, ask why. Why do you think she has a high body count? You think maybe because she got her heart broken so many goddamn times she fucking gave up? You ever think of that? You think that she had to keep her energy to herself because y'all fuckers like to just be like, oh, I'm just going to be an energy vampire, take everything you got and give you nothing. And I'm going to make you feel like you should be grateful I even talked to you. I can't deal with people like that. I can't. They are out of my life so fucking quick. As soon as I realize it, they're gone. Sometimes, though, it takes me a while to realize it, as it has, in the past. But he made me realize that I was really closed off. And once I realized that, I was like, do I want to change? Do I want to? I was like, you know what? When the time is right, I will open up. Until then, I got to live this life. I got to take care of these kids. I got to work this job. I got to get this degree. The physical, that's fine. I'll either do the physical myself or I'll just use them for that. That's what made it ideal. But I'm still me. I still got to take care of people. I'm still the mama. All right. That gave Suzanne time to write. That's what I was doing, honey. I was just stalling for you to write. All right. So Suzanne threw up a link to a YouTube channel for T Stark CEO. I took a little look at the channel. I like it. They have I think he's got about as many subs as I do. About that. So he's starting out. So if we could just give that guy a little bit of help. Suzanne said, this is the link to a channel where the fellow is doing a fundraiser for me because while I was in the hospital, my pipes all froze. So we have no plumbing and we're hauling water. Stark of Iron is hosting this May 10th. He is a very talented voice actor, singer that always has delivered a stellar performance. Hope you can all stop by and thank you in advance for any and all help. Very nice. All right. So guys, May 10th, if you could sub up to him and just give him some support so we could see what's going on, I would appreciate that. Maybe spread that out. He seemed to be a solid dude when I looked at the channel. T3, we are too much alike. I did the booty call. Here's your sandwich. Now get the fuck out. See you next time I call. No, I never called them. No. I don't do that with the people I adore. I don't call anybody either. I'm gonna do that with my dial-a-dick. No, it's all right. T3, did you see the video I sent you in DMs? It depends on when you sent it. The one that you sent, I think I saw the one that you sent me. But again, I'm having brain problems. I'm missing big chunks of the last 3 days, 4 days. 4 days. I don't know what's going on with that. I literally had to go back and listen to my own stream because I didn't remember doing it. Tony does a lot of, has been a hotel. LOL. His Alistair is great. Cool. Very cool. Oh, you sent it an hour ago? Yes, no. I don't look at my phone or Discord when I'm streaming because I'm too easily distracted. I am. That's why I don't do a lot of the visual stuff, y'all, because I can't chew gum and walk at the same time anymore. I used to be able to. I used to be able to chew gum, walk, juggle, paint with my toes, and tell you a friggin' Shakespearean sonnet all at the same time while composing emails in my head. Now, nope, it don't work. The brain just don't work yet. You're welcome. Thank me later. All righty. Can't wait. That's exciting. All righty. Okie dokie, Susie. I will look at that. I'm sure I'll enjoy it. You're funny. But yeah, if you guys could just check out that channel as well as the others. Lass has a channel. If you're new here, if you could check out Winning Reality, my best buddy. Truly a man who knows exactly what's going on in the world. He will be talking, today's Wednesday, so tomorrow night, he's doing a show at 8:00 on chemtrails, debunking chemtrails forever. Inumers, thank you, Shelly. Damn it, I'm crying. I love you. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Hun? Don't cry. I love you. Don't cry. Are you crying because I love you? Because that's just silly. Don't do that. Laugh because I love you. Be like, oh, this crazy bitch loves me. That's all. Yep, sepsis sucks. Yes, sepsis does suck. It does. But it's the Lyme bacteria that is eating away at my brain. So unfortunately, I can't get rid of that. But for some reason lately it flares up. And I have days where I'm just like, my brain just won't work. I hung up with Winning last night and I literally sat here for like 15 minutes and just cried. Because it was so bad. It was so bad. My brain is so bad the last couple days. But I'm not going to cry about it now. What I am going to do is I am going to call an end to this show because it's almost 2:00. And I know that there's stuff out there y'all have to do. I am very thankful to you. It's also 4:20. What a good time to end it. Woohoo! Thank you guys for coming here today and for listening to me and crying with me in many places, because I know you do. And for all the support that you guys give. You make every single show worthwhile for me. And getting your DMs and your emails, they make my day. I know I don't answer them all. I know I don't answer them in a timely fashion. I'm very bad with socializing lately. So, like I said, it's a journey. We have ups and we have downs. But I do appreciate you all. I love you all. And I thank you for coming and coming by and making me laugh and being debaucherous and weird with me. And I will see you. I hope you have a wonderful day. And I'll see you Friday. And I will see you in the Funny Papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists damn right, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off, make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and see side lights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be a boss, you